Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, September the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So I'm starting a little bit early today, guys. I'm doing a little experiment. I'm taking the noise canceling software off. I want to see if that has been maybe the cause of some of the issues we've had. So just let me know how I sound, and if it makes no difference at all, then I'll put the noise canceling software back on. But just let me know how I sound, and we'll proceed. So, what is happening this morning? A couple things. Well, AI had earnings after hours yesterday. AI had earnings after hours yesterday, and as they say, no bueno. So look at this. So this is a big gap down now, 13%. AI taking all this out on the daily chart. So there's certainly one to watch all day long. The other one to keep an eye on is GME. I am actually looking at this as a potentially an all-day short. The reason I say that is that GME had earnings after hours. The initial reaction was pretty positive. I guess they didn't lose as much as analysts thought. So that caused the pop in the stock. It got up to 21.66. But look at this. It has now gone negative. So with that out of the way, what is going to sustain GME now, other than maybe, the memers want to get a hold of it again? But boy, they sure have abandoned AMC. AMC is, AMC is still sinking down another 5%. So, I'm just going to keep an eye on this GME as a potential. The only issue is the difference between AMC and GME is that yesterday AMC was at an all-time low and continued to make all-time lows. Of course, GME is not quite in the same boat. So that's the only thing that really holds me back. Now, here's another one, guys, to really keep an eye on. This is an all-time low. Charge point, CHPT, an all-time low now for Charge point. Did these guys were these one of those ones that got slammed by one of those short sellers? Not today. So still like I'm in a tin can. Okay. If that, well, if that shouldn't be. So I'll ask you, Pioneer, um, a week ago, did it sound like this as an example? Or 2 weeks ago? Play is an earnings play. This was a big one yesterday on the way down in advance of earnings, I guess. But this is an earnings play, and it is continuing down. And of course, when you look left, it's got a ton of room. CBay, not eBay, but CBay. CBay has gapped up. CBay has gapped up on not on earnings. This is actually releasing top line. So this is a phase three, guys. So CBay has gapped up, and now wow, this is an all-time high. CBay is an all-time high, as in CBAY, all-time high now for CBay. AMKR, guys, AMKR gapping down. It's not an earnings play. Okay, secondary offer. So they're doing a financing at $24 a share. So it's a little bit underneath the financing price of 24. Okay, now I'm going to try something and see if this works. All right. First of all, can you hear me? Can you still hear me, or am I just switched mics? Okay. All right. Well, we're going back to the noise canceling. Didn't seem that the other one taking it off didn't seem like it did that much. All right, guys. Roku. Roku is still weak. Roku is still weak, guys. It had a nice pop early on, and then it basically sold off all day long. I mean, the next low is still has room. 80.22. It is still weak. ROKU. VRNT. This is gap down on earnings. Yeah, VRNT is gap down on earnings. And guess what? This could be the one, guys. This is all-time low. VRNT, all-time low. Lots of shares available. Also, 2 million shares at Interactive Broker. So meanwhile, guys, CHPT continues to make new lows. It just broke down underneath 6. So we've got a couple of earnings plays, CHPT and VRNT, that are at all-time lows. All-time lows. This is a little earnings play also. YEXT is an earnings play. Another one that is gapping down on earnings, YEXT, through the 200-day moving average. Now, Apple does not normally come up on any one of my scanners, but look at this, Apple. It's a big move for Apple with 15 billion in the float. Big down day yesterday. I guess that was, I mean, if you want to read into it, Chinese government said no Apple phones allowed for government employees. I don't mean for the general populace, but so anyway, Apple is weakening. Expanding its ban on use to government-backed agencies and state companies. So now this is a real cheap one, guys. I mean, I mentioned this one. For those of you who love the penny plays, that is SASI. And it came from $23 all the way up to $54 or 54 cents. Is pulled back somewhat. I would get interested, of course, personally, if it ever broke 1, but it doesn't seem likely. This looks like this was sort of I don't know, an IPO or a symbol name change back here. Back here meaning in May. This is a monthly chart, May of 2022. Let me go back to a weekly chart here. WHLR. Okay, it's trying to come back. Had a big pop. One of the crazy low floaters, the less than 1 million in the float. And I'm trying to see, or trading higher. I'm trying to see why. Any reason why? Yeah, I don't see a specific reason here. I also saw, this American Rebel, AREB, claims that they were bombarded. Their safe subsidiary, Champion Safe, was bombarded with calls from safe dealers and customers looking for alternatives to safes made by Liberty Safe. I don't know what's going on with Liberty Safe, but maybe is there a problem with them? No, and that's AERB. That's not this WHLR. I just can't see I can't see the news. I thought I saw something earlier, but the headline, it seems to have disappeared. Unless this is it. Converted by posted Series D redemption forms on its website. I don't know if that's the reason. Okay, goods. Okay. There's always something in the world. Wow, it's CHPT now. Again, it's underneath 6, all-time low. So again, yeah, I wish there was more room for GME. I really do. I mean, the next low looking left is around 18. But again, my premise on this is that if it could not hold its big pop after hours, after the released earnings, and they didn't lose as much, I guess, as analysts expected. So that was the reason for the elation, momentary elation. But that's over with. So what do GME holders have to look forward to now? Other than if the memers get a hold of it. But other than that, look at this one, guys. This is another earnings play. I'm sure this must be an all-time low. Sportsman Warehouse Holdings, SPWH. This has got to be an all-time low also, SPWH. And it's an earnings play. So we've got 3 SPWH, we've got CHPT, and we have VRNT. All 3 of them, all-time lows and earnings plays. I don't think it got up to 500, did it? Well, there are still some earnings plays, Larry. Actually, I'm surprised. We don't seem to have the dire dearth of earnings plays that we used to. Okay, once earnings season was over, it seemed to be that you might get one a week. Oh, I see. Lack of earnings. I see. Okay, I got you. It was a joke, Larry. It was a joke that you were springing on us. Oh, pre-market. Okay, yeah, because I don't think it ever hit 500. Yeah, so you multiply that by 4, and you get what, 484. Okay, now you're right. Maybe in the pre-market it hit, but that would be the official high for GME, 484. Remember, this was a 4-to-1 forward split. So all right, guys, let's see. Okay, hungry cat. Just a minute. What are you doing? What are you doing? SNXP. You guys are talking about that. I don't see it here. S&PX, there you go. All right, guys. Wow, 9:12 already. I better take a look to see if there's anything interesting regarding upgrades and downgrades. Wow, hardly any upgrades this morning, so let me take a look at them. McDonald's been upgraded from equal. I don't know why I find that's funny. Equal weight to overweight, and McDonald's has been upgraded. And let's take a look at what McDonald's is right now. 310 price target of 310. That's what Wells Fargo says. OC has been upgraded. Let's see, to $150 by Goldman. OC has been upgraded to 150. It's at 143 right now. Let me get them in and I'll take a look at them individually. There's only four upgrades from briefing.com this morning. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Real and all. I lowered that and thought overweight McDonald. Yeah, makes sense. TPH. Let's take a look at TPH. Upgrade to 36. All right, it's got a ways to go. All right, now take a look at some of the downgrades. See if there's more downgrades than upgrades. Oh, yeah, there are a few more downgrades than upgrades. Not a ton more, but there's still more. See how many downgrades there are for charge point. I only see one, but that is an all-time low. Couple or three for VRNT, another all-time low. All right, guys, let's take a look. I want to see if there's anything interesting here. Like, let's take a look at Crocs. CROX. That's been downgraded. I want to see if it's at the price that they downgraded it to. Way below. They downgraded it to 101, so it's below. All right, guys, I want to take a look to see what's happening with the major sectors. So, of course, we had a big down day yesterday. So, some of those sectors that were close to the 200-day moving average probably are closer. So, we are in for a negative open. So this is what you're seeing. You're seeing the major sectors. So energy, XLE. So it must be some little weakness in oil prices, I guess. When you see 94% in red, that means that the stocks that make up XLE, 94% of them are down from yesterday's close. All right. So when you do a quick look at all the major sectors. They're all, I don't usually talk about utilities at all, so they're all below the 50% level. However, I'm way more interested. Let's take a look at where they are now with respect to the 200-day moving average. So, energy has been, of course, so strong over the last few weeks, couple of weeks anyway. So it is still above that 200-day moving average, no jeopardy there. Retail, though, XRT, I know that was below yesterday, or it happened the day before, and yeah, continued down. So I like to keep score here. So that's one. XRT below the 200-day moving average. XLP, that'll be below also. XLP, and wow, moving away from that 200-day moving average. If you can see my screen on a daily chart, you'll see a blue line. That is the 200-day moving average. Healthcare, let's take a look at healthcare. XLV. So on what are we now? Thursday? So on Tuesday, it broke down below and it continues down. So there's healthcare. Now we've got three. Take a look at industrials. Industrials should be fine. THPT, guys, continues to make its way down. Industrials, well, fine. I mean, it's there, most of the major sectors are probably drifting down towards the 200-day, but still well above it. Financials, guys, this is a big one, of course. Financials, XLF. And wow, look at this. So it touched the 200-day moving average, and so far it held. So far that held. Major sector, of course. And then consumer discretionary is still, again, nobody has been able to explain this to me, why discretionary would be so far above the 200-day, whereas staples is so far below. XLB, another, well, so it's above it, but getting closer and closer. XLB getting closer and closer. Last couple of weeks ago, it actually breached it for a bit. And these two will be fine. Well, fine. They'll certainly be above. XLC, there's that 200-day. Then XLK. And XLK, my guess is that it's drifting down. Yeah, sort of like communications. So to sum up, we've got three of the major sectors, XRT, XLP, and XLV, are below the 200-day moving average. I was going to say blueberry, blackberry. After the company issued weak preliminary Q2 revenue results. So they don't release until the end of September, but they're prepping the market right now. And the ever so humble PJ, once again, I handed you guys a swing trade. Once again. Yeah, you see, you're only half playing. All right, guys. I forgot to mention FUTU, which was a star for a week anyway, a couple of weeks. So FUTU is starting to weaken, and I don't know if it's probably most of the China stocks. China ADRs fall as weak August trade data fail to lift sentiment. So let's take a look at KWeb. Take a look at KWeb. So this is a big gap down, guys. I mean, this is a pretty big gap down. I mean, a couple of 3 days ago, it was above the 200-day moving average. This is the major, well, I think it is anyway, major ETF for the for China stocks. So this is now gapping down more. Hard to play China stocks now. Oh. G is it actually an earnings play or is it guidance? It's an earnings play. Yeah, you know what? I did see this. It's on my list. I did not. Oh, I know what happened. It was right at the very end, and I forgot to copy and paste. I didn't copy and paste it. Okay. Yeah. So GIII earnings play, big gap up, wiping all of this out on the daily chart. Looking left on the weekly chart, the next high looks like 23.92. So it has a little, it's got a little bit of room then, but $1 to the next high on the weekly chart for GIII. Now, with the market being weak like this, as usual, my bias is, with the market being weak, is to, maybe take a look at trying to short some of these tops. And remember, retail is one of those ones that is below the 200-day moving average. So this is definitely kind of bucking the trend. This is, you talk about a counter trade. I mean, look at this. Now, this is this Rosecliff acquisition. Yeah, this is just, saw this in the morning, saw this, but not okay. Come on. But yeah, low float. The high, well, you know what? It's funny. It's not funny, but it's 16, $17. Wow, just broke it. $17 was the high of this crazy day. Remember what happened though? I mean, this got up to $17 and closed down here at 10 on that day. I remember that day. Well, when you say, is it in play today? I mean, it's moving, but insanely risky because of that float. And also there's no news. It's just one of these, it's a casino play right now. But again, as I pointed out, that day that it got up to 17, it closed at 10. So AMKR is making another new low, guys. AMKR, another new low. This is the financing. I think the financing is at 24. So it's below the financing price. VRNT, I believe it is at the pre-market low. And another all-time low, VRNT. So this is another earnings play. I'm sorry, it's not at the pre-market low. The pre-market low is 24.74. I'm going to stick an alert there, see if it takes that out later. IONQ, I'm hearing also. IONQ has weakened. It's had a tremendous run. $12 to almost 20, up to 20 in about, looks like about 3 weeks. Yeah, as you know, Grumpy, the after hours and post market are not counted in. I don't think it's just our software. I don't think any software counts those. Whatever happens in the pre and the post market when it looks at all time lows or highs. The reason being is that you could have a spike, on one share up or down one day, which would really skew it. I'm hearing LZ also. Lazar? Oh, I'm sorry, that's not Lazar. This is Legal Zoom. This is moving down. I don't know why. I can't see any news. Oh, wait a minute. After the company announced the pricing of a financing. So $10 a share financing. So this is underneath the financing price also. LZ. Thank you, William. Yes. The AMKR can, again, I have to keep reminding myself that is a financing at $24, but it is weakening AMKR. We was mentioning designer brands. Yeah, I did see this. It's an earnings play, another earnings play. DBI is an earnings play and got a lot of room on the weekly chart. If it wants again, another one that is kind of bucking the trend in terms of the retail sector. Must be a low, pretty low float, 50 million in the float. The DBI just ripping here, and it's an earnings play. And I think we'll mention some other reason. No, it was okay. You were talking about earnings. Lots of shares available to short, 1.42 million at Interactive Brokers. One minute. Okay, guys. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. Today's Thursday. That's right. Short week. So I'm going to get rid of these. And as DBI continues to crawl up, well, not crawl, this is screaming higher. Well, again, on the weekly chart, it still has some room. 1577 is the next high. So, but this is now it's untradeable right now anyway. I mean, the spread is ridiculous. 1281, 1348. So it's basically untradeable right now. All right, guys, we've got about 7 seconds. So I usually don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. And we are now open. Well, that's an early one. That's an early one on the abnormal option activity scan. Again, I don't like to take them too early. All right. Well, listen, guys, GME's having a bit of a bounce here. I was not. I don't know if this is trolling or not, but GME price target cut to 6 from 620. Now, why is 6? If you look at GME where it all started, that's approximately the price it started at back in January 2021. That's approximately the price. I think it was actually like with again with the adjustment, the 4-to-1 reverse split. All right, guys, I'm looking at some of these things that are not CHPT. Guys, continues to make its way down. CHPT. Boy, I'm actually surprised this hasn't hit the my 10-day daily breakdown scanner. Must be some filter blocking it. Certainly not the relative volume. Has to be 8. The overall volume is fine. STX guys, STX. I'm not sure if this is under. Wow, look at AI. AI just really this did show up on the 10-day daily breakdown. So did AMC now. AMC just showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. PYPL running down now. Early, guys. It is early. Market's trying to put in a little bit of a green bar. Wow, there's the WHLR though. WHLR new market high. The pre-market high was way up here at 1082. But look at that. Look how quickly that moved back. 929 and it got down to 877, just like that. Why? Look at the float. 600,000 in the float. Be so careful. Look at the relative volume, 94,562. This does not trade very much, obviously. Look at GME, son of a. Do I ever trade after the first 5 minutes? Ever? As in ever? Sometimes, but not often. Usually wait the first 15. Just to let things settle down a little bit. Because I've been sort of pointing out, a lot of things will jump up and down, up and down. I just like to see things settle down a little bit. Not that after 15 everything has settled down, but 3 years of experience, Toby, is I used to always trade right off the bat. And for me personally, I just don't do it anymore. The only time I make an exception sometimes is when a stock is hits my 10-day daily breakdown and it's an all-time low. All right, sticks STX. STX is a big gap down. Now you would think maybe some support around this area, maybe. Now, you ask about, see, if AI had been an all-time low, I probably would have taken it. But I'm just 27.28 was the alert at 9:30, and it's down to 26.52. So, obviously, if I'd taken that right away, it would have been good. But I've just seen too many times where stocks just are so whippy in the first 15, certainly in the first 5. Ah, no, I just don't know why this is not showing up on this. I would have taken this for sure, CHPT. There it is. Yeah, I know why. It wasn't down 40 cents. It had to be down 40 cents also. Look at CHPT. 40 cents from the open. So yeah, that was the reason for the filter I got. All-time low, guys. CHPT just earnings play. Really? You know what? I think they got snapped up in Jungle. I'm almost, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I didn't look, but I could have sworn there were shorts available early for CHPT at Interactive Brokers. So this is the safe company, AREB, just ripping here. Low float, 16.9 million. Yeah, I mean, look how wimpy this one was. I mean, this is, another, anything under a million in the float is insanely low. So we've got a minor disconnect in the market, guys. Dow stocks are slightly positive, and the NAS is down. Well, I'm going to continue to watch AMC, guys. Wow, if you had shorts for CHPT, wow. I'm watching AMC to see if it holds it. Well, it might not hold it. You guys have been talking about Boeing, Boeing. Talk about, whoa, topping tail, bottoming tail, total indecision right now. No shorts available at Interactive Brokers for Arab, AREB. Well, look at this one, FMC. Boy, what a drop after a pretty decent consolidation for about 2 or 3 weeks, and now look at this drop. Okay, I'm sorry, Real. I know you mentioned American Eagle. I've been so much going on. I've been trying to watch this AMC to see if it holds 8. American Eagle. Okay, guys, you're Roku on the move here. Roku on the move. Okay, AMC now underneath 8 again. Then overstock from yesterday, showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown also. Maybe some support around 19. I'm looking at the daily chart. Well, thank you, William. So a hit piece from Blue Orca, okay, for FMC. Well, AMKR is still weak, guys, losing that 24 financing. Teaspoon, TSP, cheap one. Let's see what it's doing. TSP, too simple. Yeah, it looks like it has some room to 150 or so. Probably. Actually, it's not a low float. 140 million in the float. Okay, guys, AMC underneath 8 again in a fairly big way. The original alert was at 785. Okay, so I'm really interested right around here. 785 was the original alert to like a suggestion to short right there. And it popped up over 8 and it has come right back down now to that level. Another halt on this one. So this has been wildly whippy, this RCLF. CBay now, after the big pop in the pre-market, is now in jeopardy of going negative. CBay, CBAY. No, CBay, guys, CBay looks like this is going to go negative. I mean, we're only 37 cents above. This got up to 18 something in the pre-market. Well, I'm watching that AMC again to see if it takes up that 785 again. That's all for me anyway. I was so ticked off yesterday about not being able, not getting it when I should have. Just one moment, please. Guys, sorry about that. All right, guys. Again, I'm just kind of watching the AMC hanging around 8 again. All right, is this sell-off? Well, I mean, look what CBA did. It came into this little bit of support area right around here on the daily chart so far, and it's trying to hold. All right, Path. What is it doing? Path, P-A-T-H. It's an earnings play, but you're looking left. It looks like the next high is fairly close. Around 1783 or so. Okay, guys. Well, 15 minutes in the book, so I will start to look a little more closely now. Maybe I'll have to forget about AMC. A cheap one, guys. AXLA, a real cheap one. A lot of volume. Okay, I'm just looking now to see if there's anything on the daily reversals. I don't see anything. How's that WHLR doing? Yeah, I mean, look at that, guys. And that's why, look at the first 15 minutes, how whippy some of these are. I mean, again, you can attribute it to that low float. Path, okay, so this is an earnings play. PATH is an earnings play. Company reported better than expected earnings and issued upbeat Q3. So it's all about the guidance. I'm going to look at William's favorite stock, HKIT. Oh my gosh, you're not going to believe what the well, let's look at this, guys. Now, briefly, 50 was flashing up here. So this is the halt for RCLF. Okay, so there's the halt, 1747. But briefly, it said 50-50. I mean, that's not going to last. But so what you're seeing on the right-hand side is the potential of where it could open. And of course, something like so crazy low float, hard to know where it's going to open. But if you're in this now, what you want to see is a number greater than 1747 over here. Meanwhile, AI continues to move down, and the next low looking left is 2522. 2522 on the weekly chart. So there is still some room on the weekly chart for AI to continue down. This is on earnings. Now, obviously, whatever they said, market doesn't like. I don't know if that was the case earlier on, but all the shorts at Interactive Brokers have dried up for AI. So there's no shorts right now for AI at Interactive Brokers. So this RPRX, yeah, this is another one, another all-time low. Somebody just mentioned this one. It's just showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. What's the float like? Float is big float. So I don't expect huge moves, but this might be a nice one because it should not be a crazy whippy. Was an all-time low, RPRX. Wow, look at Docu running down also. 5088 is the next low looking left for Docu, DOCU. Okay, AMC is really toying with me here. It's right back down now to that 785. And why 785 is somewhat important to me. That's where the original alert happened as a potential short for AMC. There's that short for RPRX, 2863. One moment, please. All right, guys, AMC, I got to do it. Okay. So I got to do it. So I got to do it. I did it. So I'm short AMC. It gets back up to 790 and I'm out. Well, let's see this RCLF where it could open. So here, see how it's changed now. Now it says 19. So if it is a 5-minute halt, which it is not going to be, so this is going to be probably at least a 10-minute halt, which you don't want to see if you're in this right now. You want this to open as quickly as it can, but it did not open at 9:55 plus 19 seconds. So it is going to be at least a 5-minute or 10-minute halt now. I don't think so, Stock on Hinge. You must be thinking about somebody else. Never take a short. I've never, ever have I been averse to taking a short. Somebody in our YouTube room accusing me of never wanting to short. Another one running down here, guys. ABM. In fact, I remember when, back in 2008 or so, financial crisis, I don't think I went long for a year and a half, anything. NCR, guys, NCR. Ooh, this has got some room. This has got some room. NCR has got some room. 2654. It's got about $1.40 to the next low looking left. How easy is it to trade shorts? Well, if they have them available. You mean what is the usual availability of shorts, Deborah? I mean, it obviously can fluctuate over the course of the day, but for what I call a standard broker, some like not Centerpoint, not Cobra, not Trade Zero. No, those guys, those firms specialize in having shorts available almost for anything. But for what I call a standard broker, I think IB is probably the best. But I mean, I could, for instance, this morning I could have sworn there were shorts available for the CHPT. But what happens is, but I can't. I may not have looked, but what happens is I can check to see, and then what happens is, especially if something doesn't have a lot of shorts, maybe 50,000, 40,000 shares, and if it's a weak stock, they could get snapped up pretty quickly. But then they can come back later, as they get covered. So, but if you're talking in general, every time you try, you look to see if there's shorts available, and 90% of the time there aren't. I may change brokers if you're interested in shorting. Come on, AMC, do me proud. I so ticked off yesterday. It was a fantastic short that I missed out on. Who's your broker? Deborah, who's your broker? Trade Station. Really? I'm a little surprised, but okay. Okay, RCLF just opened, guys. RCLF just opened. So it was a 10-minute halt. Exactly, right to the second. Well, yeah, I'm late. I'm probably late. I mean, I was talking with CBay earlier and how it looked like it was going to go negative. So it has gone negative, but I'm too late right now. I point these out, guys. I cannot, everything that I see, of course, I cannot do. So when you hear me talk about something and on CBay, and I said, this could go negative. I mean, it's up to you then to, if it meets your trading style and plan, to watch it. Unfortunately for me, I can't do that. I sort of focus on, like I was focusing on the AMC. Boy, I mean, look how whippy Roku was. Roku looked like it was going to recover somewhat, and then got up. I mean, this is very difficult right now. Not a lot of what I'm seeing anyway. Not a lot of great trends. IR just underneath the whole number now. Boy, old company Ingersoll Rand. Next low looking left, probably too close. There's another one on the way down. CPRT, next low looking left. A couple of lows, 43.63. So it's about what, 37 cents away, a little more, 40 cents away. Tough week for the trade of the week, tough week to try to predict the trade of the week. But FSR, yeah, I mean, it's been choppy, choppy, choppy. It did trigger 601, I think, was the trigger. So, but you know, it's pretty choppy. Got up to 621 yesterday. All right, guys. So VRNT now is making its way down after the big. Well, yeah, it was a pretty big pop actually, 24.77 up to 27.92. But this is now officially not an all-time low, of course, but with these officially an all-time low, yes. But we did have some pre-market lows down here, 24.73. Guys, I'm still interested in this RPRX. It might be slow as molasses, but I am interested in the RPRX as a short. Especially if the market keeps moving, it looks like it's trying to follow the market. All right, let's see what happened with RCLF. It did, yeah, so wow, 1946, right back down to 15. Yeah, AMC is basically right where I sure, okay, I've just covered it. Yeah, yesterday was the day to really short it. So basically out for nothing on the AMC. All right, next. Well, I'm the RPRX, but it's not doing anything either. Again, that float is huge, but it is an all-time low. So just stick an alert down here, 28.52. See if it can get down there. CTVA, another one that is moving down. A couple of 48.60. I think I mentioned this one. Yeah, I think I talked about this one. TTC is an earnings play. I did see this in the pre-market. There was just no volume, but TTC is an earnings play. Wow, look at this. Oh, man. I did see this, but there was no volume. There still really isn't a lot of volume. 291,000 shares. Toro company. Look at this. Big float. 103 million in the float. That's a big move, 13%. All right, RPRX. Well, 850. Grom. I haven't seen this one for a long time. Grom, GROM, social enterprise. Yeah, one of these media companies, I think. Yeah, ugly looking daily chart. Sorry, guys, I can't look at this. Ah, reverse stock split, 1 for 20 today. That's what that was. Okay. And they actually got halted. Okay, well, a little more interesting perhaps because, of course, it's a 1 for 20 reverse split today. Yeah, RPRX moving higher here. So, yeah, I'm just not seeing a lot of the things I'm looking at. Not a lot of great follow through. Not like yesterday. All right. Well, the CTVA now at the whole number 49. That FMC, yeah. Well, that hit piece on them has really helped, or hurt them, I should say, but helped if you're short FMC. Okay, RPRX. I don't know. I may take this. Even the market. Look how choppy the market's been. All right, guys. Well, I took it. Okay, let's see if this has any sort of 28.55 for the RPRX. Just a little bit below the alert price of 28.63. All right. All right, guys. Dave and Buster's play, PLAY, earnings play. And again, look at all the room it's got. 31.69, 31.69. So Grom just resumed and halted immediately. So today is the 7th. So this, what was the reverse split ratio? 1 for 20. So really, this has about 440,000 shares in the float now, guys. So another one of those sub 1 million, because the float information only gets updated twice a month. So I'm going to say the 15th and 30th. So this does not reflect the 1 for 20 reverse split. So just divide 8.97 million by 20, and you get about 440,000. So that's why you're going to get crazy moves. Yeah, look at the market though. Look at these. Look at this 15-minute chart on the SPY. I mean, topping tails, bottoming tails. Really tough right now for me, anyway, to find a great direction on the stuff that I look at. And even that RPRX. I mean, it's now turning against me, basically a little over where I shorted it. Here's another one that's just underneath the whole number, guys. SNV underneath the whole number. Looks like it's on its way down. SNV underneath the whole number. Where's the next low looking left? 29.73, just too close. Just looking for anything that has a big gap. I mean, play really is That's the big down day yesterday. I mean, it really has a potential. I mean, I know it's down. Well, it's not down that much right now. It was down probably more than 2 days ago, but it's an earnings play after hours, kind of a mixed reaction after hours. That's the mauve area right here. NRIX. Let's take a look at NRIX, see if it's doing anything interesting. Okay, not a low float. Has some room to about 950. That is, no, it's actually an AI play. Okay, guys, knocked myself out of the, once it got to 60, I took myself out of the RPRX. Okay, so this actually has some news, and NRIX has some news. Multi-target strategic collaboration with CGen. So they're going to get a $60 million upfront payment. Of course, then they always have potential down the road for royalties, but it's the big one. The major deal right now, $60 million upfront payment. And that is for NRIX. Okay, so at least this is above the IPO price of $4, 2 million shares issued, so very, very low. And it got halted. No, I'm sorry, did not get, yeah, it got halted immediately. So this is, on the surface right now, a positive one because it's above the IPO price of 4. Okay, so what we've seen from a lot of these is that we'll see an IPO price of 4 or 5 and they open lower. But so it's opened higher, but it's halted. And the potential for an open is around 575. So this could be a really fun one to follow all day. Just a minute, please. All right, guys. So I'm definitely watching the SWIN. I'm going to watch to see how it opens. Where is this out of? Okay, guys. This makes it even more interesting. Hong Kong, China stock, more interesting to me now because these things can go really crazy. So I'm definitely going to watch this one to try to figure out a way to get in it. This is not a recommendation to do anything I'm going to do. Okay, but Let's see, 1020. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this will open 3 seconds after 1025. So I want to be ready for it to see what happens. And what do they do? Is a brokerage of some sort? Okay, so it's a brokerage. So it's a brokerage in that sector. Okay, so it's in the sector. Said 2 million. And now this is pricing $4 and 2 million. Initial public offering of 2 million. So really low float. And priced at 4, so it's above the price. All right, guys, if it's going to open now. Okay, there it is. No, did not open. So it's going to be a little bit more than a 5-minute halt, maybe a 10-minute halt then. Sometimes it's not exactly 5 minutes, so I want to watch it. But it is past the 5 minutes now. So shoot, I was hoping it would open immediately. Grom did. Grom just opened. All right, guys. Well, really, I guess that's what I'm going to focus on. I just want to see how this SWIN opens and see if I can figure out a way to trade it. That's all I'm going to do right now. Not for if you're new to trading, I wouldn't, but I'm just going to try to figure out a way to trade this if I can. It's an IPO. SWIN's an IPO. SWIN, it's an IPO. Just opened. That's what's going on with it. Easy come, easy go. So Grom popped up to $9, and now it's right back down to $7.50. So not as interesting. I mean, the SWIN definitely appeals to me more, depending on how it opens and how it trades. You can see right now, 6 could be the potential open. Yeah, it got halted immediately, Captain. Yeah, we know that. I mean, it just got halted immediately. The key thing is that the IPO was priced at 4, so it's above it. Hey, listen, I'm not trying to tell anybody to buy this. I just, and it's China. So, these things can go kind of crazy. It's a matter of trying to figure out how to get a decent entry, which is not going to be easy. All right. Well, geez, I'd like to take this, but it's got so much room underneath. It's an earnings play, PLAY. It's an earnings play. Okay, guys, the NRIX, I mean, it's got some room. I'm not in it, but it's got some room. I know it's an AI play. Actually, a couple of different strategies found it. One at 8.99 and another one at a little later at 9.21. I'm talking prices. So it might have some resistance right around 964-ish if you took this one from the AI. I wish I'd seen this one actually. Bad spread though, 931, 942. Well, unfortunately now this is turning into a longer haul. I think a hit piece came out on ODD. So now, I mean, this is turning into a 15-minute halt. All right, guys, WRK just showed up here. 3305 was the actual alert, 3305, WRK. I mean, it's got room underneath. If it wants I mean, look at the room underneath, 3190. So it's got about $1 underneath that it could move to. I'm just not just wanting to see something that, you get an alert and it starts to move in the direction that you'd like it to. The 200-day moving average, 3196. So that's far enough away. Well, I'm just going to wait for swim then, guys, just to see what might happen. That might be the most interesting thing I've seen so far, just in case it because it's China, low number of shares. Then again, projected open now 615. So if it's a 15-minute halt, then it's going to open at around 9:35, or sorry, 10:35 plus 3 seconds. Okay, guys, it's almost 10:35, so I just want to keep an eye on this SWIN just in case it does open. Novavax, boy, reversing, guys. Novavax, NVAX, it was up big yesterday, down today. Okay, guys, will it open? Boy, it's still not opening. Boy, they're really halting this a long time. Okay, well, there's SWIN now. It's in a 15-minute halt, plus 15+ minute halt now for SWIN. Okay, well, while I wait, I will go over my homepage. Now, the promo code is gone. Hopefully, you guys took advantage of it. 25% off. No. It got halted immediately, PJ. I'm waiting to see how it opens. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Now, this is not valid anymore. You'll have to use the Barry 15. Okay, Barry 15. I should type that in. So that's the promo code you have to use now, and you get the 15% off. Okay. And if you take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Sorry about all these pop-ups. You must do the get started. It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, alert windows, okay, charts, etc. So you must do that first, okay? It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. New to trading, we have a course, free, Trading 101. You can take a look at that. I do a stock of the day video. That's free. You can take a look at that. Trade of the week is free. It'll be sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Education section is here. Nice user guide. There's that getting started again. Alert windows, more in depth about what alert windows are, top list windows, stock racing, and price alerts. Set price alerts, guys. I'm going to show how I use price alerts. There's the getting started again. Daily support session. So today is Thursday. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. Sometimes he and Andy switch, but before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. So you can head over and listen to Steve, assuming it's him. Last, if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, just scroll. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down, kind of sets the tone a little bit, not all the time, of course, but to show me the stocks that are moving in the pre-market. Maybe they'll continue to do something once the market opens. Halts resumes, which is very active today, is over here. This is my momentum scanner right here, Momo right there. This is the abnormal option activity is right here. And what you don't see on another monitor, I've got my 10-day daily breakout and down. Okay. So if you're going to take out a subscription, all I ask is that what you do is, and whenever you do it, be it today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, save my homepage. And then when you click on it, Now this promo code is not valid. I'm just waiting for the guy who handles my homepage to make the change. So it is Barry 15, okay, for 15% off. But please use my please click on my homepage link and then use that code. It helps the room immensely. Okay, it'll keep the room free. This is a free room, but there's a cost associated with running a free room. So the company wants to make sure that it's being paid for and it's working in terms of marketing, etc. So all I ask is that if you decide to take out a subscription, just use my code. Okay. Is there something wrong with the chart? So Oliver, are you saying that the chart seemed frozen for you? Are you talking about on your system or watching what I'm doing? Sometimes it's just a matter of refreshing. Oh, okay. So it's on you. So it's not what you're seeing. So it's on. I don't know how I can help you. So what's happening exactly? So what's happening with the charts that aren't working though? When you say they're not working, what does that mean? Well, that NRIX guys coming right into this what I consider maybe a bit of a resistance area, but that's been a pretty good, decent one from the AI. Okay, so what you mean when you're clicking on an alert, it's not changing? Okay, so more than likely, if you right click on your chart, and go to properties, scroll down to properties, a box will pop up and there should be symbol linking. You'll see symbol linking. It's not linking. So more than likely it's not checked. And the chart that you've pulled up, a new chart, more than likely the default is that it's symbol linked. So just check to see if it's symbol linking. Now, if it does say symbol linking, if it is checked, the next step is to make sure that this is the default. So it should be like this, but right at the very top, it says link to all, blue, and there's a check mark. Check that also. So let me just run through those steps again. So right click on the chart, go down to properties, box will pop up, make sure that symbol linking is checked. And if it is checked, there's another box that pops up. Make sure that link to all is checked. Okay. But make sure the link to all is checked also. If you can see on my screen, you see that box that just pops up also. Okay. Now, if all that is checked and it's still not changing, then I don't know how I can help you. Maybe do or before you restart trade ideas, just go up to account and do a reset connection and see if that helps before you actually restart trade ideas. Okay. Before you do that, Oliver, if you haven't done it already, on the new chart that you are bringing up, and when you right click, go to properties, and it should say symbol linking, of course. But make sure this. I don't know if you see this, but there's another little pop up that has to say link to all at the top here. Check that. Okay. Well, if all that is checked and when you click on a symbol and it's not loading, then yeah, then there's something going on that I cannot help you with. Yeah, I bypassed the path earlier. And this is why. Now, this is pretty critical right there, that high right there. And if it does take that out, then you've got 18 and then 1817. So a little bit of room, but it's got to take this out right here, which is the high of that daily chart, 1787. Probably not, PJ. I'm not sure what I said. So probably not. Oh, do not bypass the path. Okay. Um, hmm. This is a little unusual, such a long halt. I mean, now we're talking 20 minutes, over 20 minutes now. 25 minutes, sorry. We're over 25 minutes halted for the SWIN. Okay, guys. Well, as somewhat predicted, the NRIX, that was the resistance area for the NRIX right up here. Okay. So it has come back down. A lot of shares available too. $1.25 million. Dollars. Shares. 1.25 million shares available. Okay, YEX just showed up, but yeah, I mean, there's a possibility it can get down to that 630 mark. I'm looking at the weekly chart. Looks like there's a pretty decent support around 630, which is far enough away from 686. I mean, if you told me it would get down to 630 from 685, I'd take it. A lot of shares available too. My issue with it, though, again, you look the way it's traded so far, and you've got topping tails, bottoming tails, topping tails, bottoming tails. All right, this is what I have to do with the SWIN. Just in case I miss it on the halts resumes, I want to have it on a price alert, so I'll just put a price alert at 504. So if it starts to trade, I'll know about it. All right, guys. BKCC, I've seen this one over and over again. It's been probably inching its way up. Yeah, coming into, to me anyway, a lot of resistance around 4. All right, now the crazy one of the crazy ones out there, DBGI is doing a reversal. The down day yesterday, reversing today. And did it get halted? Not yet. Okay, just open, guys. Shoot. You know what's happened? Shoot. Okay, I'm going to summon up every bad word I can think of. So I did not get it, guys, and it just got halted again. Whew. No, I was quick, but I guess the only way I could have done it, I suppose, I put some kind of conditional buy order above the price and all. I just don't like doing that on some of these because it could have sunk that right back down to 4. So I was hoping to get it before it got halted again, but it got halted again. I mean, immediately. That's why it's not even showing up here. It opened and then it halted almost within seconds. So, c'est la vie. So here's our potential open 10. And now 9, now 10. Not going to give up on it, believe it or not. Anyway, move on. Why is Pfizer falling with good news? Well, that's your interpretation, of course, that it's good news. The market never lies. So like, what's the good news? What's the good news about Pfizer PFE? I mean, I'm looking at Pfizer from up here, $37, $34. So over the last couple of weeks, it's just been in a, moving down. So the chart doesn't lie. Another reference musical. Well, at my retirement party from Trade Ideas, I'm going to invite the top 10 posters, and we'll have a party somewhere on me. Well, I'm as Santa says, I'm making my list and I'm checking it twice. Well, it might be, I mean, profit. I mean, again, it might be not good news. I mean, sure, it's not bad news, I guess, something to fight Lyme disease, but the market doesn't care. Only dinner? Okay. All right, there's Yext, guys. So Yext. Now, again, there's room down to about 616 or so. Okay, you know what? So Fisker's on the move here, guys. A little bit on the move here. And Steve Gomez, I'm going to confirm that. What time is it now? 10:55? I'm going to confirm that it'll be Steve in our YouTube room today. And the reason I want to confirm that is he is the originator every single week of the trades of the week. Not easy to do. Try to pick one stock. And so last week, of course, Carvana was awesome. 2 weeks previous, people yell and scream saying, well, they were awful. They weren't awful. They didn't trigger. You've got to read. Drives me crazy. People don't read the emails. Okay. So when you get the email for the trade of the week, it has a suggested entry price and a trigger price. If it doesn't hit that trigger, then it's not a bad trade. It's just a non-trade. But people yell all over. Look at this. It's terrible. You call this one and look what it's doing. Well, it didn't hit the trigger price, so it's a non-trade. But in this day and age of people just not reading, or I don't know what it is. What do the colors? Okay, so the question is from our YouTube room. Okay, so the question in our YouTube room: what do the colors represent? So if it's brown, it's a short idea, and if it's light blue, it's a long idea. Okay. So anyway, Steve, I'm going to confirm that it's going to be Steve today. Yes, he says. Unfortunately, though, he says he hopes his internet holds up. It's been spotty, but saying some, Fisker. I mean, it's not easy. You think about that, trying to come up with one stock to call the trade of the week, and it's a free service. People get crazy about it. Okay, so things to do. You got an older one. I have not an older one, but see, I've unchecked the 300%. So yellow would be another potential short, and green would be a potential long. So brown and yellow shorts, green and blue longs. Okay, potential. I mean, ideas. I've unchecked those though. I found it didn't really matter that much. What this abnormal option activity is doing, it's looking for stocks just trading, well, abnormal option activity. So it's just another way for me to find stocks that are trading abnormally in general, okay? But by zeroing in on the option activity. So when I look at play, as an example, so play is traded so far today, a little over 10,000 contracts, which represents 7.66%, 7.6 times normal. Normal being, what did it average over the last 10 days? So, trading abnormally. Now, I don't trade the options, but again, it's just a way for me to find stocks that are trading abnormally by looking also at the option activity, not just the relative volume. Okay, guys, I'm definitely interested in play. I want to see it break down through 35. I'll probably take it. It just got too much room for me down here. So things to do in Hawaii, you obviously have it, right? So all you have to do is just right click, okay? Right click and go to configure all and click the edit. Now they're all checked, but just click the edit selected and you'll see these are basically the parameters, which of course you can change. These are the common parameters in every one of them. 500,000 shares traded, minimum number of contracts, 500, has to have at least 25 either new lows or new highs. Prices between 1 and 60, and the relative volume is 3. That, but all you have to do is just right click on the multi-strategy window, click on configure all, and then click on the edit selected, and then you'll see, okay? And as always, all these scans that I've got here, I'm sharing. But I'm not just talking to you, things to do in Hawaii. I'm just talking in general. So if you took this momentum scan as an example, okay? So if I right click on it, click on configure, and this is now generally what Trade Ideas is all about. We're a scanner, okay? We have screening capabilities, of course. A lot of screeners are out there that call themselves scanners, real-time scanners. They're not, okay? I'm not saying there's not another one out there, but there are a lot of them that say they are. What we do great is the ability to take the screening capability. So in this particular case, what I'm looking for is stocks between $1 and $100. Current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. The volume is at least 100,000 shares. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. So if all these filter values are met, all this, like the screening aspect, if all these are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's what we're really good at. So at 11:02 Eastern time, MORF, made a new high at 55.16. Okay, that's what we're really good at. Now, if you took this scan, you can obviously have it exactly the way I've constructed it, but you might want something different. So for instance, you might want to change that price range, make it 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 100. Just change the 10 to or 1 to 10. Now you see how it's changed to 10 and 100. You might want to up the minimum volume. Why I have this so low here, typically anything I see is going to be way above that, but just in case at the beginning of the day it's ramping up. So I don't want to put like 1 million shares to start as the minimum, because by the time it gets to 1 million shares, it may have already made a big move. So that's why I put 100,000 as an example. Okay. So you can take the scans as I've got them, or you can of course modify them. And don't forget, save everything to the cloud. Anything that you take from me or any of the scans that we've got in our doc channel bar, and all these are all theme-based channels. Any scan that is here that you like, don't forget to save everything to the cloud. Your layout to the cloud, individual scans to the cloud. Now, of course, if you want to build your own scans from scratch, of course you can. If I right-click, configure, instead of summary this time, I'll click on search. And you'll notice that these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. Right at the top, most popular two, the new high of the day and the new low of the day, real time. Now we have a lot of real-time alerts. I don't use any of them other than new high and new low. Okay, so you don't have to learn them all. These are the filters that we've got. Again, you don't have to learn them all. The only reason we have so many is because when the company started over 20 years ago, They felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So, of course, they had to create enough alerts, real-time alerts, and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? So don't get hung up on how many we have. Common question. Your program is too complicated. I cannot learn all your alerts and filters. Yeah, I don't have to. So it just opened. SWIN just open. Okay. Now I think it's going to get halted again. Yeah, just got halted again. So simple to see, when I was watching the bid ask and it wasn't moving, it was like 935, 936. And for a stock like this, there's no way you'd have a penny spread and not moving. And so that was, and unfortunately, I forgot to keep looking. I was talking about trade ideas in general. I'm not 100% sure I would have been able to get any anyway, but you can see why I was interested, guys. Not just because it's doing this. Well, because it's doing this, I suppose, but it's China. Okay, it's China, China, China. It's China IPO, and this can be very typical of a low price China IPO. Okay, Dave and Buster's breakthrough 35. Give me something. So things to do in Hawaii. Did you understand that? How you can see what I've got going in this multi-strategy window? Okay, great. So, William, did that a gentleman talk about PPIH? Okay. Just wondering why you would bother about something like this, 16,000 shares. I mean, I suppose maybe at the start, but why would they bother? It must be just hard up for any sort of news to chat about. It's sort of coming back now, guys, and it's starting to approach the financing price, AMKR, a little bit. AMKR, the financing is at $24. Yeah, the only way you can get it, the SWIN, is I would have had to put a conditional buy order maybe above where it got halted and just hope that I could get a fill. I don't want to do that though, because it could happen. I mean, I might get the fill and it could drop, $2 or $3 just like that. So that's why I won't do it in something like that. Maybe on the first halt I could have, but certainly not on the second halt or the third one. Things to do in Hawaii. This is somebody in our YouTube room. That's why I keep saying that. What happened? Well, I think the real question is, This shouldn't have happened in the first place. Okay, VFS. So you're asking like, why is it doing it? Well, the real question is, it shouldn't have done this in the first place. And so reality is just sort of setting in. Okay. Again, this was a complete casino play all the way up. But if you think this company that has produced maybe one car, maybe even no cars, should have had a market cap greater than Ford and GM combined, I mean, that's just the irrationality of this. Didn't EasyGo do maybe a financing too, or wasn't it an earnings play? Wow, wow. You know, this was an AI alert. Yesterday, somebody was asking about what did sometimes if you check a daily chart or a weekly chart, our charts, and you see a little flag, that means at a sell or a buy, that means this was a previous AI alert. So look at this. I mean, this AI alert to short is at 217, 25 cents now. Now, I mean, it covered at the end of the day. That's what the AI does. But wow, like that is a big wow. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Bros, BROS. I saw this earlier. This is Dutch Brothers. Boy, it's got room, doesn't it? 28.40. It's got about $1.40 to the next high looking left. Still down for the day, but trying to recover with the market. With the market. So this is kind of trading along with the market. I don't see any specific news. Wait a minute, after the company announced. Okay, so they've got a financing that they've, proposed. I don't know what the financing price is, but I'm waiting on this play to see if it can take out 35. I want it. Uh, couldn't get it again. Unbelievable. I actually sat there on the bid, but they would not get it to me. I'm sorry, at the ask. So there's the SWIN just open again. Well, you can see why I was interested. I mean, it did, because it's China, you just see this thing happen quite a bit. Now, at some point, this is not going to keep going higher, but there will be very, very, very few brokerages that'll have shorts available for it. Certainly not Interactive Brokers the day of an IPO. I'm not even sure. Anybody with center point, not that you should short this. Anybody with center point, do you have shorts available? And if you do, how much? How many? Unbelievable. Wow. And look at the potential open. So, 1260 now. So halted at 1172. There was time. You know what? You're right, Paradox. There was some time. I just didn't quite get it. Again, the only way I could really get it is if I decided to, okay, take a real risk and say put a price, try to get it at 1260 right now, put it in right now, or 11 or 30. No way I'm going to do that. This is going to have a hard fall at some point. Yeah, it looks like this play is going to even bounce. All right, guys. Let's see, 35.22, 35.27 on the bid ask on the play. I keep waiting to see if it can really start to move down off that 35 mark. This may not happen. Okay, here's another one that's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Now, let's see if this has any sort of follow through here. PHR, Frisia. Actually, it's an earnings play too. Pretty good volume, almost 1 million shares, 18 times normal. However, look left. I mean, the next low on the weekly chart is down here at 22.21. That's $2 away. Man, love to see some of these things just have big follow through on the way down. Once I get the alert, it had the pop up. PHR had the little bit of a pop up. What's the spread like? 24.05, 24.20, not great, but and that's for the PHR. Did SWN open? No. So these halts are getting shorter. Okay, now we're getting a red bar. Now, believe it or not, I'm sticking an alert at 12:08. And see if later on in the day it takes that out. PHR, yeah, sorry, real, yeah, PHR. So it has now dropped down below the whole number. Well, briefly. Yeah, yeah. I mean, obviously, there's a way you can get it coming out of the halt if you go in at market. I just would not do it for SWN or, quite frankly, anything that's halted, unless it's the first halt. Maybe take a bit of a flyer. Okay, let's take a look at. The Dave and Buster's is still kind of hanging around that 30 mark, 35 mark. Dave and Buster's PLAY play. All right, so I'm just looking here. It's possible Steve will not be in our YouTube room. He's going to have to check on his internet. Okay. If not, it'll be Michael Noss doing a double duty this week. He'll take over for him. I'll confirm. One way or the other, there will be somebody in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 relieving me. Again, just ticking me off. Look at the PHR. Was waiting for a 24 break, happened, but then it pops right back up. Okay, play. Come on, break 35 for me. Just a minute, sorry, guys. Following an internal discussion, seeing if I can help at all. Boy, great short on the FMC. I know some of you guys took that. Wow, what a great. How many times can I say great short for FMC? And this is from Blue Orca. Now, I can't remember anymore if Blue Orca's had a pretty good track record in the past, but this was bang on so far. All right, Marinus, MRNS. This is now, wow, didn't see this one early enough, I guess, but next low looking left is 613 and then 6. So to me, it just got too much support. Not that far away for MRNS. That's what we need around here. More exterminating and pest control, PJ. ROL, guys. ROL trying to come back. Yext. Yeah, I wanted to get into this one, but then it did this pop up over 7 again. But this again, it had the room down to about 624. All right, where could this open, this SWIN? There's the X, guys. I actually wanted to get this one. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown and the abnormal option activity. Okay, well, here we go. SWIN open. I'm going to stick an alert at around just over 10 just for fun. 1048 or so. See if it takes back 10. Psychological number, of course. And then see if it can. I think it just got halted again. They just didn't fill me. I was sitting on that 1031 or 1013 or whatever, and I could just tell it was going to get halted again. So halted again, guys. And what it was sitting at like 10, 11, 10, 12 or something like that. I went in at 10, 13. I sat there, but I knew it was going to get halted because it wasn't moving, even though it hadn't been halted quite yet. But oh well. Yeah, didn't I read that California is legalizing it now? Goods. Didn't I read that this morning for things like CMPS and MNMD should be benefiting from that. Plus, afterwards, after the market closed, Compass said they were going to be using AI-powered predictive model for the psilocybin therapy for depression. All right. So Mullen has filed this appeal letter, trying to find out why is our appeal to NASDAQ staff delisting letter. Further extension, okay, to try to regain compliance. And of course, blaming all the naked shorts, etc. Now you see, William, now that would be a press release if a company did that. Well, that is not going to happen. Okay, you're playing with me. Yeah, there was something to do with California this morning. I read in the pre-market, basically allowing the psychedelics. What a world! So roll is rolling along with the market, guys. ROL trying to recover along with the market. Excuse me, the market. But even this one is trying to recover. SPWH. This is an earnings play, all-time low down here, trying to recover somewhat. SPWH. Okay, so GM trying to put an end, or I don't know, they're not on strike, but I mean, dealing with the UAW. All right, guys. Well, SWIN open again. Okay, guys, that is a big Yahoo for me. And I'm out. Oh man, okay, that worked out well for me finally. Okay. I am out. Finally. I don't mind being out. I really don't. I can tell you, that worked out excellently for me finally. Now, this is taking out the high here. Again, highly, 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 highly. I'm going to say it 1,000 times risky, but oh, brother. Well, that makes Life a lot easier now for me today. I don't have to fiddle around with this stupid play. And now, believe it or not, I'm going to stick an alert at the high of the day, see if it takes it out later. Okay, guys. Now I can reduce my risk. Now, yeah, so now I don't care about Yex. I don't care about play. I don't care about anything right now. It finally worked. I mean, there's roll. I mean, why not? ROL. But you see, now what I can do, I can just reduce my risk. When I say reduce risk, instead of whatever I'm normally risking per trade, which I try to keep the same amount every trade. But if I've sort of hit some kind of a goal, then I don't have to trade anymore if I don't want to. But if I do take a trade, I will reduce my risk probably by about half. I had to make sure I had any shares left. No, I had no more shares left. And what I mean by reducing my risk, so let's just, for argument's sake, if I'm risking $500 a trade, then maybe I'm going to reduce it to 200, 250, something like that. If and I don't have to trade though. I don't have to trade anymore. Even ChargePoint has come back. CHPT. I mean, this is a big bounce. 5 to 6 earnings play, big bottoming tail. All right. I know some of you are watching this MULN, and yeah, I mean it looks more than it is. I mean, it went from 40 to 45. I mean, it's a nice percentage move, but it's I mean, this is trying to recover. We've seen a lot of them trying to recover. SPWH, when I say them, we've seen stocks in this sort of a mode of recovery. This is an earnings play, SPWH, all-time low down here, all-time low down here. and trying to recover somewhat. We saw that, of course, with the CHPT, but we've seen a lot of stocks do this and kind of, now these stocks typically trade on their own. They don't care what the market's doing. All right, guys, in about 14 minutes, either Steve or Michael will be in our YouTube room while I take my break. Vanda, VNDA just made a new high here. VNDA just made a new high. Now looking left, the next high looking left is 451. If it takes out 451, the next high is around 5. So it will have some room, but very, very choppy, bottoming tails, topping tails. Hard to maintain yourself in a trade like that when it looks like this. For me anyway. Now I even play, which I was, before I finally did something good on the Swin, and I was desperately hoping it would take a 35. But it's having a bit of a bounce, and it could, 35.80 is about the next resistance area if it continues to bounce, though that bounce may be over. And, here's the CHPT continuing. Yeah, Swin's open, but, I have an alert set at the high of the day in case later on in the day it takes it out. That's about the only thing I'm going to do with this one now. And it just got halted on the way down. So the likelihood of that happening, taking out the high of the day with now another halt and halted on the way down, probably not great, but you never know. A lot of volume. It's traded the float. If the float is 2 million, they issue 2 million. So they've traded 2.7 million. But you know what? Watch this. We'll have to watch this one tomorrow. I did not take the PHR. I'm okay now though with it. I'm okay with not taking it now. The next low, it has some room. The next low is 22.29. So a little over $1 to the next low on the weekly chart for PHR. Yeah, the VWAP, well, we have it at $9.17 for the VWAP. Where's goods? I can't separate goods from VWAP anymore. So instead of saying goods, when you show up, I'm just going to go VWAP. That's your new nickname. So notice how these halts now are now just 5 minutes. Okay, before we had a 25-minute halt. I think the first halt was about 25 minutes for SWIN. Now they're just the normal 5-minute halts. Okay, guys, I will put the YouTube link in. I don't know who's going to show up. It's either going to be Steve or Michael, but somebody will be there. So they're not there yet, of course, but that's the link. So when I'm on my break between 12 and 1, you can head over and listen to either Steve or Michael. And Steve is just saying his internet went down again. So sounds like it'll probably be Michael again. So be prepared. You must have a trading plan. That is Michael's mantra or mantra. Now that's going back a few years. Real Animal House. Great Canadian actor was the principal. He was, at least I thought he was a great Canadian actor, but he was the principal in that movie. Classic look, character actor type. PJ, what happened to your Roku? Don't you love it when people say that? Well, it was yours. You were all over it yesterday. You declared it was yours yesterday. And now you're trying to disavow your ownership of it just because it's going down. So forevermore is your stock. Roku is you. Look, I was going to go in a fairly big way into the X underneath that 7 break, but so again, the X, it's got some support looking around $6 or a little higher, around 624. Why was I keen about it? Because it was showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown and also in the option scanner. Okay, remember these are the don't repeat versions. So that was the first alert on the option scanner, 690, and in the 10-day daily breakdown at 686. So about the same. Okay, and when I see the same symbol in both of those, I really, really want to keep an eye on it. But then it did this. It popped up over 7, and I thought, okay, we're in that sort of. But now look at it. This is what I wanted. This nice little 45 minutes straight down. Yeah. Well, I can find out PJ's email, and I'll send it to you. Okay. No doxing. I don't know. I've seen the term. I didn't have the inclination to look up what it meant. All right, guys. So 11:55. What I'm going to do right now is put the announcement in. Again, we're still. We'll have a mystery guest. Okay, it'll either be Steve or Michael in our YouTube room, taking over for me in about 5 minutes. Oh yeah, absolutely all in good fun. We never can blame anybody, if they
Mr. Barry, can you hear me? No. Oh, Barry. Testing, testing. Can anybody hear me? I can hear you, Chris. Perfect. That works for me. All right, well, I'm just going to go ahead and make the screen swap. I'm not sure if Barry's there and I just can't hear him. But there we are. Oh, but I don't hear you. Interesting. Why, oh, why? I give up. How about maybe I can try now? So strange. Let me try a different speaker. Just always gremlins in the system here. Interesting. All my sound tests are passing. Okay, so I think it's you are down. Let me see. Oh, you're on mute, Barry. That's why.
I am on mute.
Yes. I just took you off. Sound is good here. All right, Bill.
Oh my goodness. Back. Okay. Well, okay.
Well, I'm having one of those days, Barry. So I never know.
Well, you know what I did? Let me just see if I actually, I put the main room on mute. I didn't think I don't normally do that. I don't normally put the other room on mute at the same time, but I guess I did. Anyway, my friend, so you were the mystery guest. It was supposed to be Steve or
yes,
or Michael.
I figured Michael. Yeah, Michael had a shot. I was off Monday from this. Steve's got some internet issues going on. So what the heck?
Okay,
this gets me a break from everything else.
Okay.
I won't keep you any longer, sir. I'll let you get to it.
Okay.
And we'll see you on the flip side.
Okay. Bye-bye.
So, all right, everybody. Here we are. Happy Thursday. Yeah, I've been doing some different days over the last couple of weeks here. Kind of fun to do. Different look. I'm very accustomed to doing Mondays, which is, kind of a sit around and wait and see for a few hours day. And then, Tuesday and Wednesday, people get to it. And Thursday and Friday have their own personalities as far as the market goes. With all of that said, anybody has questions, fire those away from me. We do this as an open forum here. I, as usual, don't have any pre-done content, but I always do my best to keep everybody informed, keep it relevant to what we're doing here with the market. So just please go ahead and fire away those questions in the panel for me. And I will do my absolute best to answer those for you folks. I'm just setting an alarm for when I think Barry will be back. What happened there? Barry was on mute. If you're referring to the transfer here, Barry was on mute. He didn't realize it, and I didn't realize it at first either. Anyways, here we are right now. So take a dive around the market for the moment here. And again, anybody with questions, software related or market related, it's Chris today, not Steve. Although I've been told we sound very similar. Neither one of us think we do sound like each other, but everybody else seems to think we sound like each other. Steve's having a little internet trouble today, so I'm filling in for him. So let's dive around the market. And of course, interrupt me at any point, folks. Interrupt me with any questions. Let's going to kind of dive around the market for a moment here. Let's see, we haven't talked since the prior Monday. So it's been 5, 6, 7, like 8 trading days since then. So let's zoom in on the SPY a little bit. And so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, back here is when we last talked, and we had this, big and bearish engulfing candle, whatever you want to call it. And, outside bar day. If we were looking at a bar chart versus a candlestick chart. And a lot of people weren't feeling great about the market, right? And then we got a gap up, right? And the sellers come and tried to take it down, but they couldn't. We brought that rate back up. And then they tried a second day and they couldn't. And then we, kind of kept going here for a couple of days going into the going towards the holiday. And then, no surprise here, I think. A little breather after a couple of nice green days, up days, right? And here we are back selling off again. I'd say one of the greatest lines I've ever heard in trading in general, it's not just the market, just stocks, is nothing changes sentiment like price. And I can promise you that, different people that I interact with and follow on Twitter, when this happened, I mean, you get a lot of those perma bears out there. The sky's falling. It's all over. You're all going to die. Fill up all your water bottles and sandbags or whatever. And then the other side, who are the perma bulls, and they're just as insane as the perma bears. This happens. Oh, get ready for the face ripper. You're all going to get squeezed to death, and it's on, and new highs are coming. We're going to take out 460 and all so on and so forth and all those things. And well, here we are. We're just kind of, as was a Steve Miller Band, stuck in the middle with you, right? So that's where we are. Not too high, not too low myself. Sure, like I said, nothing changes sentiment like price. So am I feeling more or less bullish or bearish? I guess I'm feeling a little more bearish. Some various reasons on it. But when I say feeling bearish, do I feel bearish like we'll come back down here at 350? No. I mean, could we? Absolutely. Why not, right? But I just feel like we've made this beautiful run, one of the greatest first half starts to the Qs or to the NASDAQ ever. It's either one or two or something like that. And, we got to pause for the calls going on here now, right? So we just take a look at that. We'll digest that. It's September. September's traditionally a weak month. There's actually a lot of data that shows, though, that when you have a start to the year like we did, and then August is a down year, I think it's 8 of the last 9 Septembers are up, something like that. So, well, we'll see. We're, 7 days into the month here. We're on the 7th day into the month. We'll see how it all ends up shaking out at this point. But I just would note, the real simple stuff here, folks. And I try to keep things as simple as I can for myself, right? This was a huge area, right? Let's draw that a little better. Get that a thicker line here. And yeah, there we go. Beautiful. All right, so that was a huge area for us to get through. We got through it. We tested it. We bounced off of it. We come back and almost basically tested it again and bounced off it again, right? But not with a whole lot of gusto. So we'll see. And then, of course, let's look at this here again. And draw this line up here. I guess we don't want to draw that line. This line doesn't want to go for me, huh? That's fun. There we go. All right. So this is going to be another line, a real challenge here, right? And I don't think it's any happy accident, one being not that far off all-time highs still in all reality, right? This was an area it fought with back here, it fought with through here, and then that was where it laid the block down when we started to sell off in the spring of 2022, right? So there it is for you sports fans. That's what I'm looking at. Home on the range for right now. Let's see how it all shakes out over the next few days. Weeks, whatever it's going to be. Sorry, let's see. Oh, sorry, you both almost have the same. Yeah, we're very, very close. And for full disclosure, for me and Steve, I probably learned as much from Steve as I literally have anybody else, especially just, not just the software, but trading in general and kind of, I think Steve has a really clean, simplistic look to how he does things in the market, or that's always been my viewpoint of it. And so for some reason, the way Steve has always illustrated stuff on charts, indicators, support lines, just really resonated well with me. So probably that shows in a lot of what I do with speaking. So I owe Steve a whole ton. Yeah, I'm just drawing my own pivot lines, perfect circle, just, what my eye sees here. Someone else might say, no, I think you should move it up or down $1 or $3 or $5. But, what I try to look for is where's price touching the line a lot, right? And I mean, we could see through here as we approached that line, we didn't quite get there, but then we touched it a bunch through here and then a bunch through here and then a whole lot through here and here and here, right? So I just feel like that line, whatever price that is, give or take $3, let's say on there, right? Is it 430? I guess 430, we could call it, give or take 428, 432, somewhere in that range. That's a line you want to see hold if you're a bull. If you're a bear, you want to see us back below that line, because back below that line, I think, then these are, whole numbers. Human beings love whole numbers. How many people change the volume on their TV and they keep it to numbers of 5 or even numbers, right? So the same thing, you're below this 430-ish line and you're looking at 420-ish and then 400, I think. I think we can kind of skip 410 for the most part, but you never know. And then again, above here at 460, right? Around 460, give or take again, 462, 458, somewhere in there, to get above there for that next bullish leg up, if and when it can happen. I mean, obviously, if the world comes to an end, we won't have to worry about whether we're in a bull market or a bear market. World doesn't come to an end at some point. We'll take out all-time highs. Is it this year? I don't know. Is it next year? I don't know. but it's likely at some point in the future we take those all-time highs out. Oh, this indicator. I'm sorry. That's what you're looking at. My apologies. No, so this is just a period low of 20 days. If I go to my indicators here and I go to edit, so you see multi-period low 20 and I'm on a daily chart. I just really like this 20-day because 20 days almost basically represents a month more or less of trading. And I love when we start to get these kind of clean steps. So you don't really see the clean steps right now. Let me think of something that has a clean step that I looked at. I saw some stuff this morning. All right. So first, let me illustrate the not so clean steps on this. See how actually really got this. Bear with me, folks. Scatterbrain. I apologize. All right. If we look back in time, just adjusting my chart the way I want to show it here. Let's scroll way back in time here to a time when the bull market was just plentiful. Look at these nice clean steps that we were getting, right? Step ups and step ups and step ups, a little pullback, right? And we hold it for a bit and a nice clean step ups all through here. I just, for some reason, when I start to see something like that happen, trend, it just speaks trend to my mind, right? And, so this is what I use in my swing trading a lot. Gauging both not just an individual stock, but the market and how do I feel about the market and holding positions longer. Now, if we move forward in time a bit here, all of a sudden, it would be good if I moved forward instead of backwards, right? All of a sudden, we see these steps reverse, right? So here's our all-time highs back here, and we start to see the steps reverse on a nice reversal down, a pull up, and then nice reversals down on those steps, indicating a downtrend, right? And again, this is no magic indicator or anything like that. It's just something that my eyes and my brain like for whatever reason. Other people may look at it and go, that's dumb. I don't like that at all. And so be it. That's their opinion. They're right to their opinion, right? They may have some reasons to disprove what I'm doing here, and that's fine. It works for me. I've done okay with it. Then we see all of a sudden, we start to get choppy with it in here, right? No clear direction before we bottom out, right? And I feel like we haven't really seen great step ups since we bottomed out back here in October of 2022, right? We get this kind of shoot up and a pullback, and then another one and a pullback. And then we start to get some nice steps here from, let's say, off this level here back in the spring of this year, when we just happened to go on a great bull run all through the spring and, I don't know, a third of the summer-ish, give or take. So that, that's what that indicator is, multi-period low 20 days. It's in there for you if you want to use it. There's also multi-period high 20 days. Again, now we're kind of back to this chop. And what do we do here? Again, so to me, this again starts to indicate there's a chop in the market. If I'm taking a swing position and I get up in it, I pull some money out, pull it all out. Don't be a hero. No swinging for the fences. None of those things like that. And that's the short and skinny of that there. What do I consider a low float? Taking a survey. I think I'd say for me, a low float is anything under 75 million. I'd call a low float. And it's just because when you think about float and that you have stocks in the billions for floats and then stocks in the 100,000s for floats. I mean, like in theory, you could call something under 200 million for a float, up to 200 million, technically a low float when you're comparing to, baskets of stocks with billions in the float, right? But again, I think we take where the outliers and where's that kind of happy middle in the medium in the middle. Obviously, there's not a crazy amount of stocks with a few 100,000 in the float. There isn't a crazy amount of stocks with a few billion in the float. I think somewhere we live in that middle of a few 100 million in the float towards the quote unquote upper end of the bulk of stocks. And so that's where I come with 70 million, more or less. That's what I'd go with. Low float is one of those things, it's so strange. I have this thought on it. You see sometimes stocks that have a really low float, 2, 3, 4 million in the float, and they never move like crazy when they have those high volume days or anything like that. And you see other stocks, 2, 3, 4 million in the float, and they just go bonkers all of a sudden when that volume comes in. And then vice versa. You see stocks with like 100, 200 million in the float, And some days they go bonkers. Like they just have a huge trading range in general. Like they're a lower float stock. So anyways, long story long, Peter. I'd go with 70 million as 70 below 70 million. I'd consider a low float. And I'm one of those people, I don't scan based on float. I don't really care what the float of a stock is. Generally speaking, I don't trade things that are probably over 500. I say over 700 million in the float. It's not that I don't trade them. I just trade them less. You know, I'd say most of the stuff that I trade is probably in between, I don't know, let's say 50 and 300 million in the float. A lot of that stuff, just kind of where things lie. But I never filter based on float on my scans. So, all right, I hope that all makes sense. Michael Anthony, Dish moved up on Wednesday and down today. All right, yeah, I think that's an ugly looking daily chart now, Dish. Right? I think I looked at it yesterday. Andy mentioned it for some reason. Yeah, I mean, look, you know, it's a 6-6 stock, you know, definition of a falling knife. You know, had a little run off this bottom here into earnings and just slaughtered after earnings. I mean, how many down days in a row has that thing got, right? Before getting some green a few days ago. I mean, 1, 2, 3, because even though that's green, that's a down day, right? That was down, it gapped down, it never got back over. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 down days in a row before technically that is an up day, even though it's red, another up day, right? But just kind of running sideways here and a lot of sideways on the bottom for it to go. So now stock I'd be messing with, not for trading wise anyways. I don't know anything else, you know, much about it. Nothing I'm interested in, that's for sure. Falling knives and all those things. Let's see here. Just making sure I caught up on everybody. I think I got to everybody's comments and questions. If I missed something, I'm scrolling up. If I somehow missed something or I didn't touch on something enough for someone, please let me know. We obviously could circle back to that. Let's take a break and do the was I wrong moment here. So I've been one of those people that believes that, you know, AI stocks we were somewhere around the 4th or 5th inning if it was a baseball game on the run on AI stocks. They really haven't gone anywhere since Palantir, PLTR, right? Palantir, right? Yeah, Palantir. They had that downgrade that happened to them and kind of really wrecked them afterwards. We'll see where that goes now. You know, the overall market's taking a breather here, so that's obviously playing a likely role in some of this. We'll see how that goes, but Palantir is one of those ones I put on a few swing trade positions through here and then through here again. Mostly won, didn't win as much as I should for that uptrend that happened through that period of time from the end of the spring through the summer. But we booked more wins than losses, so I guess that's okay. The ratio wasn't as good as it should have been on profits, but it is what it is. IONQ's another kind of AI-related stock. This one, I booked a lot of great wins on it, and then we had this happen today. Took a bunch back out of my sale. Again, is what it is. We'll see how that shakes out. So what I'm trying to highlight here is to keep myself accountable or as subjective as I can be, or, you know, whatever it is. SOUN. It's another AI stock. It's a little one. I've had my eye on it. I haven't traded it, but, you know, just one of those ones that I've kind of kept my eye on, and I thought maybe here could it get going. Obviously, it couldn't get above this area right here. So I was keep my eye on it. You know, is the AI trade over? I don't know. I mean, I feel like people are still asking a lot of AI questions out there. I think what's a big part of what's going to happen now is what is AI really? You know, because everybody's same thing like with blockchain and all that. Oh, we're blockchain. You know, same thing with when China had their, you know, that bubble back in 2017, 16, 17, whatever it was. We're opening up and shop in China and all those things like that. So is it over? I don't know. I keep my eye on them, but just throw it out there for people keeping track at home. Oh, what's an AAOI was another one that I was watching here. These stocks had, huge runs, right? Huge runs and then some pullbacks. Have they completely collapsed? No, but are they holding up well? Not as well as you'd like to see. Not as well as I'd like to see, that's for sure. Let's see the big one. And NVIDIA, NVDA, right? Is that NVIDIA? NVDA? Yeah, NVIDIA. That was the big AI run, right? I have to say, generally speaking, this doesn't look terrible, right? As far as trying to hold up, given the market's done recently. Filled that move off of the earnings right there. I think NVIDIA bulls, market bulls, going to want to see this area hold. You're going to want to see like 457 to 455 hold. We'll see what happens there. The semiconductors. So let's just jump to SMH. I think this is kind of AI related. So, the semiconductors, look at that. Did you draw that line? Ain't that something, right? Ain't that something? That was the line from NVIDIA. Back below that line and touch. But I mean, look, it's not exactly far off of all-time high. So it's hard for me to get bearish about it when we're sitting there like that. But obviously this isn't bullish price action the last, 15 trading days, give or take. When you take that whole scope in right here from this bottom to that lower high, because we have to acknowledge, right? Here's a high for right now. There's a lower high, right? Here's a low. Here's a lower low right now. So that does indicate possible trend change, right? Anyways, my point being is that maybe I got a little overzealous on AI. Yes, Mike, see you. Kind of far from a billionaire. Kind of far from a billionaire. Just remove like all of those zeros. I'm a thousandaire. I'm just kidding. Look, eking out some trades, eking out some wins, like anybody else. Just always trying to march towards a goal of being a little better today than I was yesterday, being a little better this week than I was last week. That's all. Kramer said no on IONQ because they're taking a loss. I mean, look, Jim Kramer is on my list of people I'd love to sit down and have a burger with and just chat and shoot the breeze, because the guy's been doing it forever. And I get people come after him all the time. He's had bad calls over the last few years and whatever else. But the guy has, without a question, made a ton of money also. He, I think, is obviously made a move from less of a market participant to being more of a market entertainer now. But with that said, I take anything that him or anybody else that goes on TV with a grain of salt. Do the research. I'm not looking at fundamentals. Obviously, I'm only looking at technicals. I don't care about fundamentals. So what I can tell you is that IONQ made some really great moves recently in the face of the market. I mean, look at that move. Even yesterday, that looked like a strong candle yesterday, except getting rejected off that 20. I don't think it was a surprise that it gapped down today. I would say I'm surprised that it made this move against it like it did here today, given that if we bring over SPY chart, yes, we had the gap down in the SPY, but then we moved up and we've moved sideways since, and this just continued to move down for the day. So anyways, I'm keeping it on my liked list. It's been a good trader. There's plenty of volume in it every day. It has great ranges for trading, intraday. And again, kind of an is what it is moment here for IONQ. So, like I said, I'd take anything that Jim Kramer or any of these folks on TV say with a grain of salt. They've been doing it a million years longer than me. And obviously, they are, without a question, more successful than I've been to my career. And, we'll see what happens later in my career. I'm not, I just compare myself with myself. So, with that said, I don't think he's wrong for throwing caution to the wind. I'd take that. Pat, sorry, I just saw it big and bold coming across here, and just wanted to check that out. So it was actually on my evening scan last night, and I was looking at it. Wish I had put it on my liked symbol list. I'm not going to put it on now after the day it's having today. Obviously, retrospect, I obviously should have. Earnings yesterday after the post market, extremely positive reaction for the earnings today. Great liquidity, great volume. Short float, we're listing it here just under 11%. So, I mean, probably that's adding a little fuel to the fire for the day here. Again, you got to ask yourself, where people short? Were they short back here? Were they short here? Were they short here? Were they short here? Are they short here? Is it a mix somewhere in all of that of being short? If they were short here, do they cover some here? Do they get re-short here? They recover? You know what I mean? So kind of hard when you're trying to play that short game and the squeeze game of it. You know, where were people getting short when you're looking back longer term is, you know, the idea that short float is only updated a couple times a month. You know, people hide numbers and all those things like that. So all the grain of salt. But anyways, just saw it big and bold here, and up, you know, just shy of 11% on the day from prior close, and up 10% from this morning on the open. So real strong move here for that. Too short a metadata and holding as long, could have break, would have made my week. Yeah, you know what's funny is Andy Moss. He's a gentleman that I met this past spring at CMT Symposium. Just, I mean, one of those people when you meet, you know, you hit it off with someone really fast. Really great guy, Andy Moss. I follow him on Twitter. Really great content on Twitter. He's been doing it a long time. And you know, he talked a little bit about the meta chart the other day, and if there's some green shoots there and caution and things like that. So just interesting that you mentioned meta. It immediately popped in my head because I was reading some of the stuff he was putting out. It was yesterday, this morning, last night. He put something out in the last 36 hours. He put something out about meta, just some charts and some levels and things like that that I found interesting. So when we go here to, you know, what I was talking about the trend, right? Look at these beautiful steps moving up here, right? And then, you know, even when you got this big move up, you got a nice consolidation before some more moves up, right? And a nice set of moves up and a consolidation, a big move up, a little consolidation, just kind of grooving along up here on that meta chart, right? And we take a step back. You know, step backs are okay. Is the step back a bigger setup to a move down, or is it just a step back because things pull back, right? I don't know, but it's above 300 healthy looking chart, but man, it's a good spot to have tried to short it up here, to be honest, especially when we drill in here and we see, all right, here we get the top and we curled down and we got basically rejected right off of that level back in here, looking on that curl down, right? So it's a good picking spot there, perfect circle, or, you know, for my eye anyways, that's what I'm looking at, you know, good spot to pick. And that, look, every successful trade, right, we're always like, if I could have held longer, if I took a bigger size and all those things like that. But look, if you executed your plan and you made some money, you know, big time shout out, kudos for that, you know. Yeah, right. That's right. Trade the ticker, you know, pay attention. Trade the chart, not the ticker. Totally. I'm guilty on that too. You know, I've been guilty of that with a few different things. Kramer and Jim Richards write good books, but I dislike those people. Yeah, you know, I for a while probably held a fairly negative view of Jim Kramer. And, you know, I put myself in check once in a while when I start doing things like that. I don't know the guy. People get emotional about things and fire off, and I do the same thing about stuff. So, you know, I try to kind of like take it all with a grain of salt, the fact that they're out there trying to sell ratings and books and things like that. And it kind of is what it is. So, am I like a Jim Kramer fan? No. But, you know, like I said, I'd like to have a burger with him. Why not? You know what I mean? Steak or a sandwich, whatever, you know, and just shoot the breeze with them. Just to see, you know, you know, I've come across people in life where I thought I wasn't going to care for them, and I meet them and I'm like, oh, it's a pretty decent person, and vice versa, where I thought the world of a few different people, and then I met them, I'm like, oh, they were not at all what I was expecting. That's kind of disappointing. You know, don't meet your heroes and all those things. Meta in and out, just slightly positive on call options for the upside. Certainly no bragging rights here. Listen, you know, I think any successful traders, there's not a lot of bragging going on from successful traders. We win some, we lose some. The trades that we stick to our plans, those are the trades that feel best to me. You know, when I get that, you know, 2 or 3% gain and I stuck to my plan, and even though the thing goes on to, you know, 4 or 5, 6%, I still feel good about it, usually stuck to that plan, and vice versa, where I'm like, all right, plan says to get out, and I got out, and then I see the trade reverse back into the positive, and then it ends up lower afterwards anyways. And it's like, glad I stuck to the plan, because otherwise I start messing around with the goalposts and I say, oh, well, if I held on to it, I would have got back in the money. And there's no way to know. I already broke the plan by not exiting at point A where I was supposed to. So who says at point B I would have exited after breaking the plan? So it doesn't feel good to lose money, obviously, and I do plenty of that. But when you stick to the plan, usually I feel less dirty about the money that I'm making, to say the least. UNH, United Health Group. Wow, that thing is. Where's it been? Where's it going? Nowhere. I mean, look at how long kind of in this range for, right? Come on, drawing tool. That's strange. Like I can't see the drawing tool. Huh. That is strange as can be. All right, that's fun. Let's try that again. So I want to illustrate the UNH has kind of just been chopping around the same area for a really long time, right? So, topped out through there and there, right? Across there. Just held that range for a long time. Got a whoopsie down here. And now it's kind of held this range for a long time. A whoopsie here. So I don't know. Where's the next box it's going to make? Does it just stay inside this box? Does it make a box back up here? Does it make one back down here instead? I don't know. Time will only tell. Interesting, though. Strong today, obviously up 2%. Oh, you know what I was just thinking of? The dollar. Right? I'd be remiss if we didn't talk about this here, right? So let's zoom that back in time. So we talked about for a long time on that bear market that we were in, how strong the dollar was. The dollar collapsed, the market recovered, right? And we've seen the market kind of chop around after, putting in a top putting in a recent top. And we've seen the dollar now start to take out some interesting levels through here, right? And dollar's up above some prior resistance now. And it tested that after it moved up and bounced back off of that. I think, this level in here is going to be big for that dollar. But I think the dollar trade, the dollar market pairs trade is still on. The dollar's strong, the market's weak, and we've seen that time and time again. Now, I would like to illustrate this here. So if we look at it here on this compare chart, right? Maybe if it can help me out a lot. All right, I guess it doesn't want to help me out here. There we go. That's what I'm asking for. All right, so we're going back here to 2021 now on this, right? And we can see that the dollar and the market more or less moved in the same direction. Now let's fast forward to spring of 2022, and we got the real accelerated sell-off on the market, right? And the dollar did that, right? And then here we can see the market recover, and the dollar didn't fall nearly as much as the market did. So while I would say, yes, there's still some coupling there, the market is not as weak as the dollar is recovered from what I'm seeing on that compare chart right there anyways. So for those of you that are just looking for some different things, some different avenues, some different data for any kind of confirmation and trend of the market or anything else, I keep an eye on the dollar versus everything else, essentially. One other thing I'd love to note is this: stay away from narratives, stay away from people really pushing like anything that they're just screaming it from the rooftops. You had how many people talk about the dollar's collapsing and everybody's going to move to the yuan and the ruble, and all these countries are teaming up to take on the dollar. And you've had that really go on in the last few months. A lot, right? A lot of that talk probably started somewhere back in here. And that's where all this talk started. And we've got all these news headlines about, China and Russia and Venezuela and Bolivia and whoever else. They're all going to take on the dollar. They're all going to gang up on the US dollar. And will the dollar be the end all be all currency for all time? I highly doubt it, because nothing lasts forever, right? But here we are, much up above there and stronger than everything else. I'm sure people could break out more currency charts and show me dollars weaker here versus this and that. And there's people that are probably a million times more smart than me than currency stuff. I'm just trying to keep things simple here and just show that when you've got people screaming narratives and they're like double and triple down on these things, and just be careful. That's all. Dollars made quite a move up. Markets made a move down on that. So I would definitely be paying attention to that. I am paying attention to that. And I would recommend other people pay attention to that too, because what will be really interesting is at some point this trade decouples and we start to see this kind of move again. Or if we even see the dollar move down and the market move down with it, that would also be quite something to note and see, right? So these are behaviors I think are super important to pay attention to, especially for longer term trend following in the overall market. Sorry, I let some things come in here. Let me catch up. I have to check it out. Watching DK for a short-term swing event, close strong, it's overhead. But so is DK Dick's Sporting Good? I think it is, right? Oh no, steel. DKS maybe? I don't know what Dick's Sporting Good is. Oh, this is interesting. All right, so petroleum refineries here. Now this is interesting because we've had a big move in energy. This not quite as sizable as some of the move in energy, because let's look at the XLE, right? Sitting back near recent highs from back in 2022, right? Real close to that right there. XOP not quite as strong as those recent highs in 2022 compared to now versus the XLE, right? And what was I looking at? PR was this is an energy stock I saw earlier today. I mean, just kind of continuing to just really strong and make new all-time highs. Of course, let's pull back today. Diamond offshore drilling, another one here, sitting near all-time highs. So there's some real strong energy stocks that are actually out there I've got on my radar. Interesting. One of those things is when we saw the bigger sell-offs all through 2022, energy was really strong. It was one of the quote unquote safe havens, but the market still continued to sell off, right? So I would note that, and that we could see something similar like that again through the end of 2023 and into 2024. It's not unlikely that all of a sudden we see the market, I don't know, necessarily sell off, but we see energy real strong, but not bring up the market. Because you got to remember, energy makes up such a small part of the S&P. It makes up 0% of the NASDAQ. And I don't think it's a very large part of the Dow anymore either. I think there's a whole lot going on for energy in the Dow. I don't know the 30 stocks off the top of my head, but I don't think you've got a lot of energy players in there, to be honest. So anyways, I take a look at that. So sorry, Perfect Circle. I hijacked that DK mention that you were talking about. So I just want to circle back to that. That's having a real nice move here. So long story long, as always with me, that's a horrible line, Chris. This could be one of those stocks that wants to play catch up now, right? There's earnings, kind of a little sell-off of earnings. Maybe it found some support here and trying to play catch up with the rest of the energy market, right? Doesn't seem unreasonable. Petroleum refineries. I know refineries is one of those issues that have led to higher energy prices, at least supposedly. I take everything with a grain of salt that I quote unquote hear and read. But DK above this level here, you take out 29. That thing could really march, because look at this above 29, right? Let's do that with the do that with that here. So, above this level here. Sorry, that line is fighting me. Above this level here, I kind of feeling a little bullish on this too. Now the question is this: do you anticipate the break now, especially after all these green days in a row, to get in? Do you wait for consolidation that may or may not happen? Or do you wait for a breakout, right? And those are the questions we got to ask as traders. That's the question I ask as a trader. And that's probably the one thing I struggle with the most still, right? I think it's reasonable. Sorry about this. I was busy looking at charts. Please tell me the name of this person I must add to Twitter. Andy Moss. Andy Moss. He's real. Just he's all about trades. Once in a while, maybe a food take on there or something. He's out to dinner with the family or something and posts some tacos they're eating or something like that. But aside from that, he really just sticks to trading. Maybe once in a while, music or a movie or something like that too. But just one of those, one of those straight shooters without any question. So yeah, Andy Moss, that's who that is there, Peter. They still use compare count for market breadth? I sure do. So I've got this chart over here, or this compare count, the 30-day market breadth. I just kind of keep an eye daily, and we've seen a lot of red on this lately on this bar here. A lot more red than green, kind of is what it is. I continue to keep my eye on it. This kind of dictates some of what I'm doing for my swing trading and even day trading, because on a lot of my day trade stuff, especially so I've got this list of my stocks here. Some of them I own longer term. Some of them I just watching. Some of them I day trade in and out of regularly. So for example, like IONQ, Palantir, AAOI, GCT. These ones I've been day trading on and off for some time now. Other ones I own long term. Some of these ones here I own long term for dividends and things like that. I just like to keep an eye on silver and gold miners in general. My point being is this here, though. For these ones that I like to day trade that are in this list, when this is red, those stocks don't seem to do well. When it's green, they do extra well. And they usually have a little more juice than the market overall versus, trying to trade just the SPY or the Qs or something like that. Not to say that those don't have better days, obviously, in those stocks, but also you're committing, using the royal U, I'll say it's committing so much more capital when you're trying to take a position in the SPY at, 440 or something like that versus taking a position in something that's a $15, $16, $17, $18 stock, right? So anyways, that's what I'm using this for a lot. When this is green, just more juice on the trades. I don't think there's any magic to that. Just, again, kind of helping me out. Yeah, RSP. Michael Noss brought that up the other day, and that was not a good look as compared to the SPY. Can't really argue that, right? We're looking at the RSP here, tops out there, and that sell off here, and then now it's a lower high. You could even call it two lower highs if you wanted. If it takes out this, that's definitely a good sized bull case or bear case right there without any question. We could take out this level because I draw that pink line, but watch if I superimpose a longer line on that pink line where we're going to be, right? Look at all that on there going back and how significant that line really is, not just to recent price action, but past price action, right? I mean, look at that, how many times we're touching that line and struggling and fighting, above and below and above and below and above and below. I mean, look how much they're touching that line, that area, probably as much as anything. The next spot that my eye kind of wanders to is through here, right? So it's the 140 area. I just realized that as I drew that right there. Yeah, big deals. Those are big deals in the RSP. So, for what it's worth here. Gee, what else? That I got to everybody, right? If I missed something, please let me know. I can't help but notice this as I just glance over at my SPY chart. Just kind of creeping back up all day long again. And this is the thing that drives me nuts. I can't imagine it. Anybody else feels better about it. We get this. I want to take a look here, actually, at a longer term time frame. Is 15 minutes going to do it for me? Let's go with the 30-minute chart. Right. So into this move up here and a sell-off, and then into a nice move up here, and we start to see weakness, and we see some real weakness happen yesterday in this bounce. We're like, all right, I don't know. Then we sell off, gap down hard this morning, right? And then we're just kind of recovering all throughout the day again today. And what happens if we close like near positive today, right? We turn this whole thing around. You know, it's hard. Like I said, nothing changes sentiment like price. If you talked to me this morning down here around 442 and change, I was feeling a lot more bearish than I am right now, or leaning more bearish. Like I said, nothing changes sentiment like price. That's human nature. I think that's fine, right? Just don't let it dictate every little move. And, you know, when you're looking at a daily chart, you know, when you're in a day trade, a daily chart should be showing you some support and resistance levels looking back, but the intraday chart is what you should be trading off of, and vice versa, you know, and you've got, you've longer term positions on, you should be looking at daily and weekly charts, and 5-minute charts should absolutely be a big no-no when you're looking at your longer term positions. You'll be pulling your hair out, or at least you'll be doing what I did back before I can make that big distinction between the two of those things there. Arch. There's one. That's on my list that I day traded a bunch on this run up through here. So again, look, is the relative volume anything special? No, it's a 0.66 relative volume, but you know, 4.7 million shares traded. So there's plenty of liquidity getting in and out of this. There's obviously people active in this, whether it's algos or people, combination thereof. Stock that's made a really big run. This is one of those. Those charts that you say, you know, gee whiz, you know, made this huge run up here, and then it hasn't really collapsed. And if we even look at it right now, kind of still making these higher lows at the same time, you know, it made those higher highs right up into here, and now, you know, kind of painting itself a little bit of a wedge there, a little symmetrical triangle. So interesting nonetheless. Sorry, I just saw it coming through here on that race. It's one that I know is on my list here. I've traded in and out of it several times. You know, you're gonna watch it. And this also goes back, let's bring some stuff full circle, right? So we talked about low float earlier. Peter was, you know, what do you consider low float? Now look, I said, you know, I call 70 million, you know. Now look at this. There's 126 million in the float, give or take, right? But look at some of these big dynamic moves that it had over a couple of days for you know, over 100 million in that float. Those aren't small percentage moves, right? So that's why, you know, I don't scan based on float. Do I acknowledge it when I look at a stock? Yeah, absolutely, I acknowledge it. You know, it's data, it's there. It's not something I'm going to ignore. It's relevant to a lot of things, obviously, but you know, again, so a good example of how you can see a low float stock or higher float stock make some pretty sizable moves throughout the day or throughout days. I mean, look, you know, here on this day, it moved from 530-ish all the way up through 675, give or take, right? I mean, that's a sizable move in a day for 126 million in the float. And then we've got ARTL here, right? And this ends up making a decent move yesterday, right? It's 2.8 million in that float, but it couldn't really get insanely going today, right? It looked like it might have some potential here. Just never really got that. Now you ask yourself, could it kick it into that gear? Maybe, right? You know, 2.8 million in that float. I mean, it could do some crazy stuff. You know, ICCT. Here's a low floater, right? I think this is a low float. Yeah, 4.9 million in float. I mean, look what this thing did as a low float stock, right? I mean, absolutely bonkers. And this has got, you know, almost double the float that we just looked at it with ARTL. So just, you know, some food for thought that just because something's a low float doesn't mean it will have that huge move. And just because something is a high float doesn't mean it can't have that huge move, right? And that's outside of like a big news event or earnings or anything like that. Because some of these low float things that we see moves, these low float stocks that we see move sometimes, there's no real catalyst behind it other than somehow came across scans, buyers piled in, and just kind of continue to push and buy and push and buy and push and buy, right? And it just becomes one of those self-fulfilling prophecies, essentially. As always, long story long, right? So GRND, what are you doing here? All right, that's interesting. Let's zoom back in on this chart a little bit because I don't think that this zoomed out view is going to help us very much. So, a whole lot of nothing and a big, good size sell off, anyways, percentage wise. Having itself a day to day, huge volume in it. But the liquidity is kind of blah, only 679,000. I mean, it's not nothing, but not as much as I would have thought for 7 relative volume. Nevertheless, grinding up higher throughout the day here. That's interesting. Won a couple of races. SPWH, this thing gapped down pretty sizably. Had a big reversal now going on it. So look, it's up 13.8% from the open while being down 23.6% from the close, right? So again, that's why I scan based on relative strength from the open. Obviously, very negative reaction from earnings. I'll make of that what you will. FUBO, this one had a nice move before curling over earlier in the day. Someone told me a while ago this was one of those meme stocks. I guess maybe that's why it had some of these crazy moves back here. I don't know. I'm not going to do the research. I don't really care. It is what it is. But again, let's go with the low float stuff, high float, right? 280 million in the float. Look at that move on that, right? From down here at $9-10 all the way up over 60 on a 200 million float, almost 300 million float. Now that's of course me surmising that it was that high of a float back then too. Anyways, there it is today. Path, what did you do today? Oh, Path, we talked about this earlier. It's down here, right? So struggling at that 18 level. We talked about ARTL, made that move, rejected off 3. I don't know if there's anything else too noteworthy here. G-Tech had this, sizable move here. Low float that had the sizable move, right? From under 2 up over 5 over a few days. Kind of floundering today, giving us a middle finger candle here. It's not a great shooting star there. Not a great look. I have a question. Is there a filter to show a stock with more room or gap above or below? I'm sorry, Cheng. I'm trying to think. What filter here? Should gap above or below? There might be something, Cheng, that could be done with a custom distance from gap, current price distance to gap, but it would have to be done with a custom, and I'm not smart enough to do that. Can you shoot an email to info@trade-ideas.com? And Stephanie, who's a holy cow genius when it comes to customs, she might be able to do something for you with that. There's times where I just thought something wasn't possible, and I sheepishly have to admit I answered a user and said, can't do it exactly like that. Here's a workaround with the filters we have to do it. And then Stephanie would come in and be like, listen, I want to make you look bad or feel bad, but actually your way's okay, but here's a way we can do that and make that work. So, there we go. So I'm guessing that might be Barry.
Yeah, I just popped that in.
And I'm guessing he's probably in there. Let me put my earphones in.
Can you hear me now?
I do. And there goes my timer too.
Yeah, that's the filter that you can use. So, Chang, again, hopefully you know how to create a custom filter. But when you have that, then you'll have a min and a max, just like any other filter. So, for instance, you could, and it's only going to work, on stocks making new highs or new lows of the day. All right, because then it'll look left on the daily chart to see what sort of room does it have until the next high. So, for instance, if you put $2 in the min, that would mean when you get the alert, there's at least $2 to the next high in the daily chart, as an example, or $2 underneath if you're shorting.
Look at that. See, there's people way smarter than me here. In fact,
no, way smarter. No, it doesn't work on a top list. Unfortunately, Chang, it does not work on a top list. It has to be in an alert window. Mm-hmm. I've actually asked for that a while back, but for some reason, because it only reacts to seeing a new high for the day, which means, obviously it's at the high of the day, and then it looks left to see where the next high is on a daily chart. That's the only way it works. So you cannot use it on a top list.
All right, and then KVUE as a request. Not a good looking chart on the daily chart. I can tell you that. Obviously, a new issue here. It's taking out all-time lows here. Soap manufacturing. Not even sure what to say on that. 57 million shares traded on it. That's a lot of liquidity for.
That was a spinoff, Chris, from Johnson and Johnson.
Oh, I remember now. You were talking about this a week or 3 ago.
Yeah. And supposedly it's being added to the S&P 500.
Interesting. So, okay, well, to quote Michael Noss, buy the rumor, sell the news. So, there's no resistance on the downside to that, though. That's for sure. Now, a lot of resistance for the upside. So, not a great looking daily chart. That's all I could say on that.
And there are only 67 million shares available to short at Interactive Brokerage. So there's a lot of shorts available.
That's a huge float, 1.73 billion in the float too. So it's not that's not something I'm getting behind bullish. If you're looking for a bearish call on it, back below that 2150, boy, I'd like that as a short. Actually, drops a few pennies again.
Yeah, because really, of course, when we look at the position and lifetime range, it's looking at yesterday's daily low.
Right.
And so yes, in theory, it's not a lifetime low as we speak, but looking at yesterday's daily low, it is. So
yeah.
Well, BB, you may be right. I mean, BB saying it should have been added. It was already added.
It could have been. I don't pay attention to any of that stuff.
Yeah. Well, sometimes, to be added to the S&P 500 is usually a pretty big deal.
Yes, absolutely.
Usually. It's, but so far, no go.
Yeah. If that's a catalyst for a stock, making some news in the morning and moves, obviously that's a positive catalyst if it's moving up or down, being added or removed. Pay attention to that part of it. But I don't look at what's actively being added or not, just when it happens and if a move happens because of it. So.
Right. Airbnb was added. Believe it or not. A&B, whatever it is. Airbnb was added this week, I think, either this week or late last week.
That's not all things considered, terrible looking chart, to be honest. That 150 obviously is a bear for it. Couldn't get above that. But positive on the day with the market, the way it's moved down the last week plus or so. It's interesting.
And the other one that was added is, I can't remember the symbol. It starts with B. It's one of the Blackstone companies. I think it might be with an X in it also. It was added also the same day that Airbnb.
Interesting. So another Airbnb comment is I saw on Twitter last night, maybe someone saying how Airbnb is going to lead the housing crash down and we're going to see housing prices like we've never seen before lower, and people will be able to afford houses because of Airbnb and their big crash. And I don't know. It's holding that gap all right from a couple of days ago. So, well,
I'm going to be incredibly selfish. I already own my house, so I don't want a big crash in housing prices.
Yeah, look.
I know. For people trying to buy, I know.
Yeah, for people trying to buy, you want to see it. Like I always say, look, things don't all go up, and I think a lot of people have 401ks and all those things like that that are going to be tied with the housing market and stuff like that. So I'd hate to see any kind of crash. I won't mind if the prices come down some, but I don't like to see it. I never like to see a crash. I'm not one of those people rooting for crashes ever.
Right.
There are some people that do, and so be it.
Yeah, I just trade what I see, Chris. That's all I do. I don't care market up, market down, as long as there's some movement. I don't really care the direction.
That's exactly it. Sab, I haven't seen that name in a long time.
Yeah, that's the Alzheimer, so-called Alzheimer drug.
No, it's just coming across the race here, but nothing.
Lots of controversy.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. And then they came back out firing, right? Like, oh, you guys are misleading. You're misleading our mislead, or whatever it was.
Worked for a while.
Yeah, obviously, still, very much.
The only thing you can say about any of those is that you got to cheer any company that really does do it.
Yeah, of course,
the most insidious thing going on. One of the most, anyway. So anyway, my friend, it's 1 o'clock. If you want to take off and get back to, I know the interesting work that you're doing today.
Yes, I'm sure you saw enough of that.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, thanks for filling in.
You got it, Barry. Thank you, everybody. Great session. We'll talk to you soon. Take care.
Okay, guys, I am back. Back in the main room. Now, what a move for PHR, guys. PHR. Remember, this is the one that I really liked, but I got wrapped up in the other thing, and that's okay because I did really well in the SWIN. I keep looking over to make sure I don't have any shares left, do I? I'm looking at my position, and no, I did get out of everything. But the PHR, I was talking about that one. So here was the alert: 2432 at 11:20 Eastern time, 2432, and it got down basically $2 from there. And that's the one I really wanted, but unfortunately, I got wrapped up in other stuff. And I think this was also the time, I was thinking, I'd been whipped out of a couple of small positions and other things. I wasn't really finding a strong trend, but this turned out to be a pretty strong trend down, the PHR. And now, yeah, well, Dak exited it yesterday, THTX. I know he said he was going to try to swing it, but then he said didn't seem to have enough potential energy. But boy, I don't know if Dak is still in the room, but he basically said he had exited yesterday. Maybe he got back in today. I don't know. Now I'd be looking at this and thinking, okay. I mean, the fantasy level would be about 250 up in this area here. Give me a moment, guys. Could it be active again? Yeah, question in our YouTube room. Could HK? Of course, it could be. I think a lot of people though are going to. It's going to take a bunch to get people interested in this again. I mean, after what it did yesterday, up to $33, closes down here at 3. So, I mean, listen, could be lots. I mean, you never know out of nowhere. The only thing is that when it got up to $40, it got down to 15. I mean, so bad. But this is a little more egregious, 33 down to 3. So, ooh, you're right on this. So win. Well, I still have my alert set at the high of the day, believe it or not. We'll see if this gains some traction again. And you laugh about 60. I mean, crazier things have happened. I've definitely watched this. I've seen this base all day long and I've done nothing about it. BASE. And wow, I should have been really paying more attention to this base, couch base. Never heard of it before. It's an earnings play today. Look at the room it's got on the daily chart, weekly chart. Sorry, 2250. The next high, looking left. Yeah, Barry called it. No, not this Barry. Anyway. So Doc 21, I see your question right now. I don't know what you mean regarding paying almost 453% for VFS shares. Oh, I see. You mean in order to loan them? Yeah, I don't know. I don't get too involved in that. I know that, Interactive Brokers will pay you if you're willing to loan your shares. It doesn't affect me too much because I really don't hold anything longer than longer than a day. So it doesn't affect me too much. Well, I wish I'd trying to see if base showed up at 1915. That was so this is actually could be interesting going forward, guys. Now there must be a high looking left on the daily chart at 1935. That's why that red line is there. So there's got to be a high at 1935 that could stall it. Okay, this rose is starting to act up again. Okay, rose is starting to act up again. This is this acquisition, another SPAC. Had the big run early up to 1262, and it popped up again. This is I call this even more speculative than the SWIN. Okay, and they're both highly speculative, but I call this one more. Again, have they actually said who they're going to merge with? It postpones. Prize merges with what? No. Okay, this is way back. This is October of 2022, so that's not right. So I don't know what's going on with these guys. I have no idea what is going on with Rose in terms of who they're looking to merge with. I'm sure there's a site somewhere that could tell us, but I don't have the time to take a look at it right now anyway. Now the halt, oh, sorry, the resumption for SWIN. Yeah, $10 now, guys. $10 again. But I'm not touching it unless it takes out the high of the day at some point. Perhaps it doesn't mean I'm absolutely going to do it, but and listen, it could happen in a heartbeat. I mean, still great volume. Looks like it's halted again. I can tell it's halted again. Why? Look at this. 1094, 1095. It's not moving. There's no way in the world that the bid ask would be a penny on something like this. And so as you can tell, it's halted. The problem is you think, okay, well, why do you just, you know, it's going to get halted. Why not take it at the 1094? Because I guess the official halt hadn't happened. Okay, so it's okay. That's okay, Chris, because I know you took 5,000 shares, so you made $1,000 on the trade. So good for you, Chris. No, I sold. My sell was at 1227, 12 to 1230 earlier. So yeah, I haven't seen VFS shorts. Well, no, but what? Yeah, I see what you mean. Maybe they wouldn't even pay. But that isn't that maybe how they build up an inventory, perhaps. People hold, but you know, the likelihood of people holding this sort of stock for any length of time is pretty low, in my opinion. Oh, the three berry bucks. Yes, yes, I got you. Okay, now I haven't used that term for a while. I didn't start it. You know, the bros, I think I mentioned it on a 27 break. Not bad at all. 27.76. This is why I say, you know, later on in the day, when things start to settle down even more, you start, in my opinion anyway, you start to get a little bit more trendy, you know, or trend plays. You know, all this chop, 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 chop in the morning. Not every stock, of course, but well, let's see where SWIN could open. So if you're in this, so there's your projection, 1120. It was 1140 a second ago, but 1120 above the 1094. Now they've been 5-minute halts. Let's see if this is going to be a 5-minute halt. They've been 5-minute halts ever since the first halt was, which was 25 minutes long. So if it is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 117 plus 10 seconds. So about a minute and a half to go or so. This depends what you mean. Well, okay, you mean like the volume is tailed off for sure for bros. Okay, the overall volume is 2 million, 4 times normal, and the option volume 2.5 times normal. So I mean that's. But if you're talking about the volume is tailed off, yes, of course it has. Boy, I should have flipped my script about play. I mean, look at play. Nice, nice kind of bounce off that 35 level. Oops, not Pally, but PLAY. Okay, I was going to do my video, but I think I'll wait. Just look at base, another new high, guys. Base, another new high. Now there's something that not a lot of volume, 500,000 shares, 5 times normal, but it is an earnings play, so it's going to be pretty active all day long. And now it looks like it's right at the. It's just trying to take out that high, the daily chart, which looks like around 1938. And I guess Swin just opened. Swin opened, and so what was the halt at 1112? So was halted at 1112, so it's just kind of not a massive pop over, but maybe now. Again, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Looks like it's going to get halted right now, guys. This is a halt right now. Whoop, it surprised me. Yeah, I'm sure this is going to get halted on the way down. See how it's not changing? 10-10-01. See how it's not changing? It's impossible for a stock like this to not be. Yeah, there it is. There's your halt. But the minute you see the spread not changing, like a 1 penny spread, now look at Swin. So anyway, believe it or not, I'll still keep an eye on a high of the day break, but I think I'll do my video now. Yeah, for those of you who took path, good for you guys. You're still alive here. The next high is 1818. After that, 1849 for path, PATH. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 1:20, so should be back by about 1:30. Okay, so I'm muting myself now, both rooms. Oh, I don't think I forgot to, I guess, mute myself in the main room. That's okay. Guys, somebody asked how long was the longest swim? I think it was 25 minutes. I think when it opened, Brian. So it opened and then it got halted almost immediately. And I think it was halted for 25 minutes. Okay, and I guess SWIN opened. Actually, it looks like it was 30 minutes, Brian. I'm just looking here. It was a 30-minute halt at the beginning. It was halted at 10:20. And I'm sorry, and it opened at 10:50. Okay, so it was halted at 10:20 and it opened at 10:50. So actually, that was a 30-minute halt to begin. I think I saw this one late in the day. Yeah, late in the day, this LFMD was just moving down, 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 down. So it's having a bit of a recovery day today, LFMD. Obviously, there is the next high looking left on the daily chart, which is 487, very close. After that, 517, and after that, 545. Yeah, well, it could. It could easily do it. I mean, it's come back from the dead a couple of times. You know, it looked like that was it. What did it get up to? 1275. Got chopped in half. Lots of volume. 7.5 million shares. 2 million were issued. So, what the actual float is, I don't know. Wow, base, great break. I mean, it just happened. About a 50-cent pop, more than a 50-cent pop since I started looking at it, and it was because it was below that high. It was down around here, I think. But a 60-cent pop for base earnings play. Again, not a lot of volume, but and you know the spread is not terrible. I mean, it's too late now, but 1977, 1983, not terrible. I shouldn't say it's too late. I mean, look, 2252. If it ever sort of stopped just a little bit, paused a bit. Now, 20 might be difficult for it to get through. You know, I consider that a pretty psychological number to try to get through. But look at base right there, base right here. And it's not showing up in my 10-day daily breakout. And the answer is because the relative volume is only 6, and it's got to be 8 to make it into this, into that scan. Yeah, I'm not touching it unless literally unless it does something crazy at the high of the day. Because right now, it's just it's going to be all over the place, in my opinion. Oh, okay. I'm glad, Paradox, you did a little bit on the base. I haven't looked at Tesla for a while, so instead of looking at Tesla, let's take a look at TSLL, see what it's doing. A bad little move for TSLL. Again, if you don't know what this is an ETF designed specifically for Tesla. So if you want to go long Tesla, you can trade TSLL. And if you want to short Tesla, but if your account doesn't allow you to short, or if you want to buy, you want to short Tesla, you can buy this one. You don't short it, you buy it. Obviously, it's going down as TSLL is going up. This one is going down. But if you wanted to short Tesla, and you thought maybe the top was in, I'm not saying to do this, but that's the principle of it. An ETF designed specifically for Tesla. And there are a few of them out there. NVIDIA, we know, has one. Apple, I think, has got one. There are a bunch of them out there. And the reason being, of course, is that you wanted to short Tesla. Well, instead of having to go to Tesla, number one, some people can't short, but if you wanted to short this one, you're shorting a $250 stock. Some people find it easier maybe to buy the TSLS, a lot cheaper. Well, Brooke, I'm glad you, it was a tough morning until Swin for me. Tough. I mean, it just wasn't, the trades weren't reacting the way I was hoping they weren't going in the direction I wanted. Why no 4-minute charts? It's just personal preference, Randall. You can have 4-minute charts if you want, of course. But when I started trading a few decades ago, I used to only have a 2-minute chart up. That was it. But since in my trading life, I have decided that the 15-minute chart is good for me. It's all, there's no right or wrong. Thanks, Dip Buyer. Yeah, actually, the vet was awesome. He gave us some food that a little pup just gobbled down because it has a great smell, and then she immediately went to drink because it was full of salt. So, but thanks, yeah. Yeah, it's a challenge. It is a challenge, though. Yeah, it's scary, especially as they're older. Well, that's usually the reason. When they're older, that's when their teeth are being removed, and unfortunately, so yeah, it's a challenge. Mm-hmm. All right, guys. Oh man, that's my sound alert for my abnormal option activity. And boy, what a move! Beautiful move. I mean, just an absolutely beautiful move on that 27 break. And you could have waited on that. 26.89 was the alert. 26.89 was the alert. Could have waited for the 27 break. All right, guys. Well, again, I'm just kind of biding my time right now. I'm not going to rush into any risk. Has been basically reduced by about half. Anything I do take, the risk amount. When I say risk, the amount I'm willing to lose on the trade if it doesn't work for me. Boy, the FMC though, another new low, guys. FMC, another new low. Wow. Where is the next low looking left? It's a 2-year low, of course. Yeah, just look at the weekly chart here. 2-year low now. Of course, they tried to put out, well, they didn't try, but they put out a response. I don't know when the response actually happened. 1251 is where I see it. I don't know if there was something earlier. FMC Corporation responds to the inaccurate short seller report. Didn't say they would sue them yet, but so let's take a look left. Where could this, well, actually, why don't I take a look at a monthly chart? So on a monthly chart, the next low looking left for FMC is 70.45. So there's still room on a monthly chart. Let me go back to a weekly chart, scroll out a bit, and check that out. It's about the same, guys. So there is some room, underneath on a weekly and a monthly chart for FMC to continue to fall. And it's a pretty big psychological number, too, that it's breaking through 75. Let's see how well it holds underneath 75. So I think I asked the question before. Some of these short sellers, they're kind of really hit or miss. What has been Blue Orca's track record over, say, their last 5 or 6? Anybody know? Remember? We know Hindenburg has been pretty darn good. I haven't seen one from Hindenburg for a while, though. In case if you're new, wondering what I'm talking about, these are short sellers that basically write these scathing, in-depth examinations of a company, and they basically say, usually they say, well, I don't want to paraphrase, but I might as well. The company's garbage, not garbage. I shouldn't be so harsh, but I mean, they basically write a report that indicates that they think this stock should be a lot lower. Okay, guys, I've actually taken a little bit of a short on this one. No, I got a decent fill actually, as I was thought I was going to take the short. So, but I'm if it gets over 75, I'm out, and it's a very small position for FMC, very small. Just wanted to see if it could, maybe move another couple of dollars. Okay, I'm out. I might take a look at it again if it gets underneath 75. I'll put an alert down here, 74.82. And again, it's all because looking left, there was about a $5 potential to move down until it hit any sort of support. So I thought it was worth a shot. But again, as I said, reduced my risk. Now SWN is halted on the way down. So this is this is Blue Orca's contention that the firm has concealed a recent string of legal defeats that have enabled competitors to now launch generics at prices up to 80% below the price of FMC's flagship insecticide product. Okay, that is what their short report is based on. And again, that news is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, now I don't know if this will be here. Oops, that's base though. Just give me a moment. I don't use for intraday stuff. I do not use our news. Where I like to use our news though is looking in the past. But they did have that news today. Okay, there's the response, inaccurate short seller report. But this is why I like to have, I take a look at ours so we can take a look at going back a few weeks or even months, check out some news. Okay, guys, I need the write-in campaign again. Okay. For whatever reason, the company's taking their time. They're putting a more noticeable tab for people to find our trading room. Those of you who come in every day, this is not directed at you, of course, but new people, they keep telling me that in another build or it's going to happen, but I like to have it sooner or later. So I think the more people that write in, just say, hey, give me a moment, I'll just get the support. And I really appreciate the people who have written. Okay, so that it is support@trade-ideas.com. So this is what I'm talking about. Find their website. So new website, I love it. I love the new website. Okay, when we're catchy, not as convoluted. The problem is there's no way we used to have on the old website, the trading room was up here. Okay, now it doesn't have to be up there, but at least in the market scope, I would say. Okay, because this is what people are going to be clicking on. Because right now you have to know, and nobody does this. Nobody, I mean, not many are going to do this. If they're brand new, they've got to go all the way down here to find the trading room. So all I'm asking is for, and we had a nice write-in campaign, and the company said, yes, 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 but we're still not there. So if you feel so inclined to write a little email to the company saying, hey, why don't you make the trading room a lot more accessible for new traders? Now here is our market scope. This is new, and this is more for people who are we're casual traders, okay? Because we kind of feed this information to you. There's nothing for you to do. This is a heat map. I always like to see it change from the open as opposed to from the close. So these are the stocks that have moved the most. Now there's, in the development meeting, not the one I'm in, but there was some talk about allowing people to at least perhaps control what you're going to see in the heat map. Okay, if you want to. And the reason we say that is for some, we had a couple, like one yesterday, I can't remember what it was. It was up a huge amount. It wasn't in it for some reason. Some filter may have been blocking it. Today's SWIN is not in it, SWIN. And it may be because the top list that this is derived from, it might have said, it needs, 10 days of data at least. I don't know. But do we really care? No. I mean, there might be a way in which you'll be able to actually control what you'll see in this heat map. But again, this is for more the casual trader, those who don't want to have to create their own scans. This is just going to give you at a glance, there's your biggest gainers, the biggest losers, and the heat map, and you can adjust it, either change from the open, change in the last 30 minutes. If you're looking for stocks that have changed the most in the last 30 minutes, take a look at AEION as an example. There it is. DMS. These are 15-minute charts, of course. If I had a 30-minute chart, you'd see that. But again, this is not adjustable. Okay, so you cannot say, well, I only want to see stocks between 1 and 10, but I think that they're going to maybe allow that. But it's the whole idea, though, of giving this sort of a product that people don't want to learn anything about trade ideas. They just want to be fed information. You still have to act on it and know how to act on it, but at least you don't have to learn how to do anything in terms of using the product. And we have some stock races too. So what will happen is, if you are a subscriber to Trade Ideas, this is already accessible for you, okay? The only issue is you cannot have this up and running and if you're using our downloadable application or the web-based version, you can't have them up and running at the same time. Now, what Paradox said something, what happens is no, I can, because I've got 2 accounts. So that's, I'm cheating. But if you I think when you load it, it'll say, click here to get live data if you're already a subscriber, and then you'll have live data. What'll happen is your ball, though, if you have the either the download or the web-based version, it'll turn red. Okay, so this won't be active anymore. It's not going to disappear, but it just won't be active anymore until you exit this, and then you have to log in back. I think they're going to come up with an idea that maybe they can have at least a heat map, okay, accessible with both. And to access that, this is a link. But again, this is for people. I mean, in an active trading room, actually, it's not bad. I don't mind glancing at it every now and then. Something I may have missed. You cannot help but see the ones that are up the most. The BDRX I haven't really seen all day, as an example. So I click on it. All right, look at this. Yeah, maybe I want to trade it. I don't know. The problem is also, though, is that right now you cannot link this to your brokerage platform. So when you click on it, and you like the chart, you have to then type it into your brokerage platform. But again, not a big deal if you're a casual user. Boy, look at base. I mean, such a, now $20. Let's see if this stalls it. There are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, 717,000. So plenty of shorts available if this 20 stalls it. I'm not saying it's going to, of course. And if it doesn't stall it, I mean, their next high is way up here, 2250-ish. All right, STIX guys, sticks. I've seen this one. Well, probably, maybe coming into a resistance area right around here. Certainly at 2, you would think for sticks, STIX, probably a low float, Brazilian stock. Saw this one yesterday. Had a little pop yesterday. Look at that. Look at the move today. With the volume that came in, look at that volume bar on the daily. You know, look at the previous days. That's why that relative volume is at 32. No, this was a nice one from the again, another scan I glance at. I don't really don't stare at it or anything like that. But look at this. This is the daily reversion or reversal. So look at BDRX. The alert was at 6:48 at noon, right when I was taking my break. 6:48. So it's looking for stocks that were down, had to be down a certain amount minimum, and that are reversing. So look at this BDRX. Not bad. Don't get too many alerts. If it's in yellow, that means the reversal is on the downside. If it's in light blue, it means the reversal is on the upside. Again, these are ideas. And I am sharing it. You just have to go to my homepage. And I think this has changed. Yeah. So this has been back old. Muted? I don't think I'm muted. I better not be muted. I know in the main room I'm not. Let me just check. No, I should not be muted. I should be. So you guys can hear me on YouTube. Please say you can. I'm not muted as far as I know. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. So again, guys, so I'll just go over my my homepage one last time. So if you want to take out and I'll get to where you can find my scans. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, you can use this promo code Barry15, 15% off, first month only. And if you want a yearly subscription, let's say you're in a monthly right now, and I can get you a 25% off promo code, okay? You must do the get started. 10 short videos, take you about 30 minutes. Trading 101, brand new to trading. This is a free course for you. Daily stock of the day video that I do. Trade of the week, it is free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Big education section. And then here are my scans. So again, if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, I was just talking about this one. The daily reversal is right here. Okay. But all the other scans that I am sharing, some of them you can see on the monitor that I'm sharing, some you cannot. And if you're wondering, well, why don't you put everything? It'd be too over. We're at the breaking point right now. I got basically 2 scans, okay? 2 scans, which give a lot of information. I don't call this really a scan. This is more information. The halts resumes. And then I have my charts, of course. So again, if you do decide at some point in time you want to take out a subscription, all I ask is that you use my promo code, save my homepage link, and then whenever you decide you want to take out a subscription, go to my homepage, use this promo code, helps the room because we're trying to keep this room free. And there is obviously a cost to run the room. And all the company wants to see is that, okay, are we getting subscriptions from the room? And that they can track it. They basically can track my promo code, which is directly related to how many people take out subscriptions from the room. Yeah, no, Blaine, I was talking, somebody in our YouTube room was saying that I was on mute, but user error, Apex. His speaker was half dead. All right, let's take a look at what Real is talking about regarding Stratasys. Now, this one's been in the news lately. Looking like somebody might have been wanting to buy them out, but looks like that rumor has gone by the wayside. And there's the VWAP 1324. So I think that's what Real is talking about. The VWAP is at 1324, so it's bounced maybe into the VWAP. Mentioned this one earlier today too, also the ROL, which I think is a comeback play. Yeah, comeback play. It's still down for the day, but it has been basically, beautiful comeback. Right from here, say 35, little dollar move. You can see it in the option scanner. 4 times normal. Doesn't trade very many contracts. Only 1,170 right now, but that's 4 times normal. So, William, how are you today as far as keeping the room open after I leave at 3? Are you still good, or you got something on the go? Fine, 2-4. Okay, great. Thank you. So I personally shut down around 3 o'clock. I'll always stay later if there are questions, okay? But I think William graciously, either 2 or 3 weeks ago, I can't remember, said that he would shut the room down. That's my biggest thing, and having making sure somebody can monitor it. So he keeps the room open till 4. Anyway, maybe sometimes a little later if there's some earnings plays, but till 4. I will not be on the mic, of course, and you will not see my screen, but you guys can still converse amongst yourselves. Okay, let's do a little money management. Okay, I haven't done this for a while. Let's just say you thought, okay, Sticks is pulling back a bit. Okay, I want to take this trade. So this is our simulator that we have here. It's called Brokerage Plus. And you'll notice underneath, now you can only use this if you're using our downloadable application, okay? And you'll notice underneath Brokerage Plus, there's something that says, there's two options. One says live and one says sim for simulation, paper trading. Now, there's a way in which if you want, you can trade from within Trade Ideas if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account. I don't go into that in any great detail. If you want to know, I can give you a link for it. Otherwise, I just like to demonstrate its use as a simulator. So in order to load Brokerage Plus, you would click on New and then Brokerage Plus. This window will pop up. You may have different columns. You know, there are a lot of different columns you can have. And then you click on Sim. Let me start from scratch. So I'm disconnect. It'll probably say not connected. You click on Sim. Now, I believe in most of the versions of Trade Ideas now, when you click on Sim, it'll immediately turn to simulator. If not, if it says account, just click on it and then the little simulator trading default box will pop up. Click on that and now you're in the simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker. If you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, you can do so. All you need is our standard service, and it uses our real-time data. So you click on an alert, the symbol shows up. There's Sticks right there. I'm going to take 500 shares, and I'll explain why. I'm going to spread is, it's only a couple of pennies. You click on buy and then send, and now I'm in the trade. So the entry was 178. I'm going to right click. I'm going to add the stop order. I'm going to put it at 158. And again, I will explain why. On the chart, you will see a red line that'll say approximately minus 100. It says minus 750. So again, the way I trade, I have a watch list, a checklist. And so unless I can check everything on my list, I won't take the trade. Most of the things are already accounted for in the scans that I have. I'm not going to see anything out of a price range that I normally would want to trade, a minimum volume that I need, probably a relative volume that I need, etc. So my big deal is always getting the alert and then checking to see, what sort of room does it have when I look left, and then I make up my mind if I'm going to take the trade. So, but when I take the trade, even if I look left and say, oh, there's some room, but where am I going to put my stop? Now, my stop usually for me is going to be based on maybe where I see some support on a 15-minute chart. So if it broke down through that, I would want to get out. Sometimes if I'm playing a whole number trade, it could be right around the whole number, things like that. That's why you have to practice trading. You have to develop a sense of where you eventually want to, put in your stops. If I were starting out trading, I would probably put my stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. The reason being is that the low of the previous 5-minute candle, it's a defined number. There's no guesswork, and you can practice trading like that. Okay, so that's why. Now, why did I put my stop? As you noted, I put my stop 20 cents away. Now, not because every stop is 20 cents away from where I get in, but I wanted to make the math simple. Because the next thing is, okay, how many shares are you going to take? The way I trade, I try to risk about the same amount every single trade. So I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 250 the next, 50 the next. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every trade. Now, you heard me already. And, I did, I had a nice little win on the swing trade. So when that happens for me, then I usually what I'll do is I'll reduce my risk on subsequent trades. I don't want to give it back. So in other words, if I were risking $500 a trade, I might reduce that risk to $250 a trade or $200. It really depends. But let's just say what I'm risking here is $100 a trade. And so that's why I took 500 shares. I put my stop 20 cents away on purpose to make the math simple. Because if you divide 20 cents, the stop, into $100 risk, you get 500 shares. Conversely, if I get stopped out at 158 with 500 shares, a 20-cent stop times 500 equals $100. So that's how that works. Now, you can set up an Excel spreadsheet so that if you have the same risk amount per trade, let's say $100, so it's always so your sheet always refers to 100. Then all you do is you put in your entry and your stop, and it'll calculate how many shares to take. Now, in something that is moving so incredibly fast, like a swing, you can't do that, obviously. But most trades, you could probably, within reason, put in your entry and your stop. It'll calculate the number of shares to take. I wouldn't get hung up if, oh my gosh, it's got to be 450 shares instead of 500 or 530, within reason. Okay, so now that you've done that, now practice trading until you can make money in a simulator. You do not start to trade. I know that's not what anybody wants to hear. You just subscribe to this great program called Trade Ideas, and you're not an experienced trader, and you just want to start trading. I know that's what everybody wants to do, but don't. You must practice trading. You've got to be able to make money in a simulator before you can start to trade. Okay, now, even if you can make money in a simulator, it does not necessarily translate to making money once you start to trade. Why? In the simulator, if I get stopped out here, oh, well, I'll lose $100, but it's just play money. Okay, so it's not real money. So it's easy to follow your rules and your discipline when you're, in a simulator. It's a whole different ball of wax. So when you start to trade live, because sometimes, even with the best intentions and practicing in a simulator and obeying your stops, sometimes it's really hard. You get into a trade and, you just think it's got to work. The room's talking about it. Maybe there's some news for the stock. News is not one reason why I take a trade, but it for me, it's a bonus. And so everything looks really, really good. And so you take the trade, you get all excited, and then what happens? It starts to drift down to your stop price. And that's when you start maybe second guessing yourself. Wow, man, I know it is the low of the 5-minute candle, but maybe I should have put it below the 10-minute candle because this is going to work. So instead of your $100 manageable loss, it starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and you sell and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. A nice manageable loss has turned into something that is a lot worse than it should have been. And you guys have been in the room forever. You know what I'm going to say next. Almost as worse is not obeying your stop, being down $300, $400, $500 on the trade. And then it does not obeying your stop. And then it does turn around on you. And now you're up a lot. And then you think you're up 200, 300, 400. And you say, great, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop. See, this is not working. The max P&L is not adjusting. It should be anyway. I would have to reload. I will. So anyway, you don't obey your stop. It turns around, and that, of course, that can happen. Of course, it can happen. But if you want to last, if you're trying to, truly, money management is so critical. And if you get stopped out, there's no reason why you can't get back into the trade later on. A bunch of reasons why you could get stopped out. Depending on the type of trade you're in, maybe it's a little more tied to what the overall market's doing, and maybe all of a sudden the market just takes tanks on you. You get a giant red bar and it wipes out all sorts of trades. Well, it happens, but maybe later on in the day it comes back and it gives you a similar setup. You can always get back in. Commissions are so cheap now that there's no excuse for not wanting to get out of a trade just because of commissions. Now watch, I'm going to get out of this trade right now. Okay, I'm going to flatten it. Okay, now that max P&L should have been adjusting, but it didn't. I would have to reload the Brokerage Plus. I don't know why every now and then it doesn't do that. I just wanted to show you these are some hotkeys. So you want to get out of a trade. If I had a series of trades here, I would highlight the one and I can flatten it. That gets me out of the trade. I can get out of half my trade, or I could double my position. Okay. So practice trading. Now you can also use our simulator to practice swing trading if you want. Because if I don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then it becomes, call it a swing trade. So you can practice swing trading. Now this column, this should have been showing me some number, okay? This max P&L. You know what? I'll do it. It's just a bit of a pain. I have to then adjust the buy and the ask. Pepe, you're the IT guy. Why does it do that? Here we go. Now, unfortunately, you see, I have to get that buy and sell trigger. It should happen automatically. Don't worry about what I'm doing, guys. It's not super important. But this is really what I want to show you. So this can give you a bit of an idea, okay? No level 2 and no time in sales. Now you get that from your broker, Frank. I get question asked a lot. I always use my broker for, well, here's the time in sales and level 2, I guess, combined. This is Interactive Brokers. So we do not supply that info, but you know, every broker does. So this is why I like to have the max P&L and the exit, the distance from the exit price. This can give you maybe a bit of an idea how good are my exits. Okay, what this is telling me is the max P&L is telling me that while I was still in this trade with the 500 shares, and if I could have got out right at the absolute max, I could have made $132. Okay, when I got out, 120, not bad. What you wouldn't want to see is, you know, a max P&L of 500, and then you allow it to drift down, and you get out for like $50 profit, or even worse, turns into a negative. Okay, you'll actually lose money. The other thing that is handy, I think, is the distance from the exit price. What this is telling me, this minus 6 cents, this is telling me that from where I got out at 202, it's 6 cents under, which is, of course, what you want to see. You can think to yourself, oh, great, you know, it's moving down. Now, what you don't want to see is like plus $1. That would tell you, man, I left a lot on the table. Now, you're never going to ever be able to max out, okay? But this can give you a bit of an idea about how good are my exits. Now, I haven't asked how my sound is today. Nobody seems to be complaining, so I'm not going to, I guess I'm not going to worry about it. I actually tried this morning, Pepe. I actually did not have CRISPR up and running, and they said there was really no difference. So you're funny, real. Really? The noise cancellation is not on? So even though, so what happens is, so maybe this is it. Even though I got this, but I would have to, so you understand what I did. I actually, when I started the room, I had just this microphone, the Yeti on, and then I switched it over here, but I guess unless I reboot, it's not going to take effect. I thought I could toggle back and forth, but well, nobody's really complained about. I guess well, my wife hasn't been home today, so she's at work, so don't have a lot of background noise going on. So interesting. So this, yeah, so that doesn't work. I would have to literally reboot. Yeah, until I reboot then. Well, maybe that's it then. You know what I'm going to do then, because we're getting towards the end. Maybe I'll reboot and then with the Chris microphone, and then you guys can really tell the difference. Yeah, I understand, Pepe. Yeah. So yeah, so today was not leaf blowing day, so so there really hasn't been a lot of background noise, I don't think. However, you probably hear me on the keyboard. That's the issue. You hear me when I'm hammering away on the keyboard. Hmm. So the only way to do this is to literally reboot my computer. That's the only way. There's no other, nothing I can do, because I'd love to try it again. So the only way I can get this activated is I would have to reboot my system, the computer. There's no way to somehow get this active. Okay, should not have to. Okay, well then tell me what to do. Obviously, it does not work. You can see it's selected, but it's not doing it. Because I would love to do it. Into the bathroom, right? Yeah, I guess there's nothing that's going to be perfect in terms of sound. And it depends on people's computers too. But so I could just relaunch this. I could relaunch this, get out of this. Okay. Well, let's try it just for fun. YouTube, it won't affect YouTube. Oh, but YouTube then will be cut out unless I do the same thing for StreamYard. Is that correct? It's easy. It's easy for me to do it here. I can just shut off, and it doesn't boot you guys out. Maybe at 3 o'clock I'll do it, because I have a feeling that if I do it, then the YouTube. I don't know how to do it within YouTube to get out of the app without shutting everybody out. All right. Well, if you say both mics should remain active, let's try it. Okay. I'll get out of this. I'll shut down. So guys, you'll lose my screen sharing for a bit. You won't hear me, but I'll come right back. But you guys will not be booted out. Okay. And let's see if there is a difference. Okay, I should be back in. And now the noise canceling should be working. But let's see, I'll start tapping on my keyboard. Let's see if you guys can hear me. Okay, so the noise canceling is working. But now, how's the sound? Now that we're back. And how about you guys in YouTube? Can you still hear me? Okay, thanks, Pepe. Okay, so you can hear me in YouTube. Well, let's see if the sound quality is the same. If it's the same, look at sticks. This is one that I saw earlier, STX. The problem, this is what a lot of them were doing. Remember at the beginning of the day, we'd see these ones looking beautiful on the way down, and then they would have a little run. But now look at this sticks, STX. Okay, okay, I understand, Pepe. So you guys can hear me in YouTube, but you don't have noise canceling. That's because I would have to relaunch the application. The problem is I think everybody will boot it out. So, okay. Well, if you can't hear the pounding right now, you can't hear my keyboard. Then the noise canceling is working in the main room. It's not working in YouTube. Look at grind, guys. GRND. This is what a move it had yet. Well, actually, yesterday's move was kind of weird. Big topping tail, big bottoming tail. Can I demonstrate how to create a scan that shows stocks that have made a 2x ATR move in the first hour of trading? Could that be any time in the first hour, or Randall, any time in the first hour, or at the end of the first hour? This is Randall in our YouTube room asking me, can I demonstrate? I know how to do it. Anytime within the first hour. Okay, so we have a filter. You can see my screen. So hopefully, so if you right click, configure, search. I'm going to type in open. Let's see if it brings it up more or less. Okay, first of all, I want to get the filters. You don't have to do it quite like that. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay. Can you see this? It says change from the open, percent of average true range. Can you see that, Randall? So you want something that's 2 times? You could use that filter, add the filter, and put 200 in here, minimum. So that'll show you stocks right off the bat that are double. And you could run it for the first hour. Okay, but you'll see stocks you'll only see stocks that are double the ATR if you use this filter and put 200% in there. Now that doesn't mean So you'll see a stock, and that doesn't mean it's going to remain. Well, no, I'm wrong. Okay, so yeah, you use 200%, you'll see stocks. So you can run it for the first hour. You could run a top list if you wanted and run it for the first hour. You could run an alert window, only run it for the first hour. But that's the filter you can use. If you put 200 in here, that'll be double the ATR, whatever. And that's the average over 14 days, right? Okay, makes sense? And then, obviously add in your price range you like, a minimum volume that you want, maybe even a minimum ATR that you want, because do you really want to see something that, has an ATR normally of 10 cents? I mean, it's up to you, and now it's 20 cents. So it'll be up to you. Well, it's not so much right. The filter that you're going to be using. I mean, I suppose you could run a race based on this, and then so if you want to see an increasing ATR move, you could run a race, I suppose. Change from this one, the change from the open percent of average true range. So you could run a race, I suppose. I don't recommend either one. I'm not really running races right now. Or you could have a top list that you could have a top list, okay? And you could then sort on this column, and that'll show you the ones that are, if you sort on it, you will see the ones that have, really made a big move from the ATR. Could be 5 or 6 or 7 or 10 times, who knows, all the way down to twice. Does that make sense? So you would have that as a column in your top list window, and then just sort on that column. So you'll see the ones that have had the biggest move, the biggest ATR moves. And you could run that for the first hour, and then make up your mind what you want to do. Obviously, if it's, I don't know how you're going to trade it, but I mean that's up to you. But at least you can easily show you stocks that are minimum double the average true range. I think I even had one. I think it was a top list. I don't know if I still have it. I mean, I can create one for you as a top list. All right, well, let's see if I've even got this one. I don't think I have. All right, so if I created a top list for you, would you want that? And then from there, you could run a race, and then I guess you could run a race, and based on the change, based on that filter, and you would see the stocks, I guess, that are moving the most in terms of from their ATR. I know I used to have one, but I don't really use it. But it's another way to show stocks that are really abnormal, of course. Okay, watch what I'm going to do. Okay, I'm going to create a new top list for you. And after that, you can give me a price range. Okay, give me a price range that you'd like. You can start from scratch. So give me a price range, Randall. Give me, okay, and because we're on a slight delay in YouTube, give me a price range, maybe a minimum volume, and anything else you can think of. We already know what the ATR is going to be, 200%. But just give me a price range of things you want to follow, and a minimum volume. Okay, so let's just go. Okay, and of course this is adjustable for yourself. So okay, we'll go $500 to $500. Let me just put a minimum volume of 100K, okay? I mean, you can change this. And then I'll do a search on that change. Gotta learn how to type. Do a change on that. So there it is. Change from the open. Percent of average true range. Add the filter. 200. So that's double. There's a ratio of 2. So you click on the summary. So we've got anything between $5 and $500. Minimum volume is 100,000 shares. Price is up at least two times the ATR from the open. Okay, I'll call this average true range. Now, the columns. Have no columns yet, so let's put a price in. I like to put relative volume in. Put the volume today in. I want to have that other column so I can sort on it. Change from the open, average true range. You know, we'll start from that. Then I'll say okay. See what we have. So as we speak, so I can now sort on, this is what I'm talking about. I can sort in this column right there. So base, MBSC, AP, these are the only ones that meet those filter requirements right now. Now, what I didn't do was put in, now, there's not very many, so I didn't even have to. I didn't put in a minimum ATR. Give me a moment here. So you look at base, the average true range over the last, I guess, 14 days has been 67 cents. Okay, 67 cents. So hopefully this math works out. This should have a difference today approximately 4 times, say 70 cents, so $2.80. Okay, so $2.80 from the absolute bottom to the absolute top. Now, running a race on this would probably be irrelevant because, you know, there's not too many in here. So can I give you this and then you can play around with it? And so what you do is you just run this, you know, you start this top list. If you only want it for the first hour, then you can do things like, we have a, do search and I type in time of day. Oops, time. I think that only works for an alert window. Well, that's okay. You just stop it at 10:30. You can freeze your top list at 10:30 if you want. Right click, freeze it. And then it won't, if the first hour is all that's interesting to you. Yeah, we have a time of day filter, but I guess that's only for a alert windows. Yeah. Okay. No problem. So let me give this to you. Hey, my pleasure. I love doing this sort of stuff. You know, I really do. Keeps me motivated to stick around. And that's for everybody who's listening to me. Okay, don't be shy. You can ask questions. Don't think you're bothering me. thinking that, well, I can't interrupt him because he's trying to trade. Don't worry about that at all. I'll let you know if I'm like his Swin, obviously. If I'm in a trade and it requires my 100% devotion, I'll let you know. But typically, that's just not the case. You know what? Today is bike riding day. Let me get my socks on. Yeah, send me an. Yeah, the worst thing you guys can do, seriously, not the worst, but I mean, real is kidding. You send me an email. So hard to answer in an email, sometimes because you can go back and forth. See how, imagine if Randall in our YouTube room had asked me that question via email. How much easier was it for me to demonstrate right on the screen? And then if he had said, no, I would rather do this or that, or can you explain this and that? It's so much easier. I'm here. But to try to do it via an email, going back and forth, well, it's time consuming. That's the whole thing. It's time consuming for me. And I'll be totally honest. I mean, once I shut down the room, I'm sort of fried. And the last thing I want to do, look, if you want to send me an email, you can go ahead. But the last thing I really want to do, when it could be easily answered in the room, is to, look at an email and say, oh man, I got to construct this. And I know it's going to go back and forth. And all right, guys. So you can see right there, I mean, again, I was just demonstrating the use of the simulator. You can see that this was so far a good exit, right? I got in at 178, exited at 202, $120 profit. It is now just a little bit, 2 cents now, or 26 cents below my exit price, 26 cents below my exit price. And now 3 cents below my entry. So as we speak, that was a very good simulator trade. All right, guys. So another 15 minutes or so, and then I'll be taking off. Again, unless there are questions. Nice call by Goods. I think it was, or as we know him now, nice call by ViewHap for the FMC. I think he said he was, thought the bottom was in. Yeah, I mean, that 75 looks like, I mean, it dipped down just a little bit below the FMC, but it looks like it's trying to hold 75. All right, guys. Well, this took a while to really set up, but look at the VRNT, another one that kind of, popped up actually. The VRNT eventually just kept moving. See from there, what time is this right there? Look at that, 12:30. So what I was saying, sometimes in the afternoon, you get what I would call more solid trend plays. Look how choppy this was until 12:30. Up, down, up, down, up, down. And then at 12:30, basically, there's not a green candle to be seen. Not saying that happens all the time, of course. So, I used to joke around with Michael Naw saying, you know what? If I weren't doing this, I could get up a lot later. Yeah, 10 o'clock my time. That's 1 o'clock market time. Just wait to see these ones and see if I can trade them instead of trying to figure out a way to trade them when they're chopping around. Has it gone to zero yet? Easy go. Easy come, easy go. Well, Chang, I'm in a moderating a trading room, so it's hard for me to just to say, guys, okay, I'm going to open the room at 1 o'clock. Yeah, look at this easy go. I know what you mean. Maybe I could just stop myself, but if the problem is that when I'm in the room, I'm going to see things that will tempt me. Yeah, but you're right. If they cancel the financing, I guess it's all financing related, right? $10 million direct offering. Yeah. So this is all financing related. So if they cancel the financing, look out. Not that they're necessarily going to, but boy, oh boy, to not be able to take advantage of a financing up here in the 250 range, criminal. And there's still shorts available, 146,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, Las Vegas Sands is on the move down. LVS on the move down. Another one that chopped around, but what time is this? 1:30. Since 1:30, basically straight down. And it's not following the market. You can't say this is all market related. Let me pop that into Andy will know because he's been the one dealing, or somebody will know, okay? Chang, let me just see what they say. Where the heck? Oh, there it is. Okay, so Chang, I just asked a question. I don't have the answer for that, so just ask the question. I think Andy Lindloff has been the one dealing with trade zero, so I don't know what the I don't know 100% what the deal is. So I've just popped that question into our Slack where the other traders are. So see if I get an answer. Okay. I'm going to say it almost for sure it'll be the same program with all the features, but as far as having trade ideas for life for free, I'm assuming as long as you were still a trade zero customer, that I don't know. Okay, I see some typing here, Chang, so I should have an answer momentarily. So it's the same program, but it's not free for life. And now he's typing in. But you probably saw this, right? So there it is, but it's not free for life. Just give me a moment though. Just give me a moment, Chang. I'm trying to. Give me a moment. I'm trying to read through this. Here we go. give me a moment, Chang. You know what? If you want a more of a full explanation, Chang, because I'm looking at the terms and conditions. I mean, it's pretty. You got to really read that. You might want to just drop a note here, and I think Andy can probably answer you a lot better than I can. He was dealing with Trade Zero. Okay, just ask for Andy. Okay, sorry I can't be a little more helpful, but yeah, I'm trying to read through all these terms and conditions, and I haven't seen that before. Oh, no, the other one, it wasn't FMS, FMC. Take a look how good goods was on the FMC. Yeah, nice. I mean, getting better and better. Probably, I mean, this area right there, 76.40. I guess you have a shot towards that. Though there are a couple right up here, 76. But you've done really nicely. If you got in around 75, 80 odd cents, depending on how many shares you took, of course. A late dayer, guys. SMAR, SMAR, late day one. Another one that is still down for the day, but trying to crawl back. But I can look, as Dak said, I mean, look how many, topping tails and bottoming tails, a lot of positions. And why is that important? Because if you got into a trade, you could get easily, depending where you put your stop, you could get easily whipped out of your position. Even though you look at this and you think, well, okay, but the trend is up. Yeah, but how do you stay in a trade when you get a big bottoming tail like that? As an example, unless your stop is way down here, in which case, depending on how much you're willing to risk, you can't take that many shares. All right, guys, I don't see, are there any other questions? I mean, I'll stick around if there's some questions, but I don't see any questions right now. Yeah, I don't think Swin is going to take out the high of the day. I think this was not a great day for me, really, guys. I mean, the other things I tried to do, I lucked out. I mean, that's all I can say is I absolutely lucked out on the Swin. I guess it was on that candle there. It was that one right there. Yeah, definitely it was in this one right there. But I mean, look what happened right afterwards. Dropped. So yeah, I mean, it's going right back to the $4 IPO price. Give me a moment. I'm trying to get a better answer for you, Chang, if you're still here. It definitely does. It's definitely not for premium. Okay, you would have to pay a difference. But our standard service is so awesome. Unless you really care about getting the AI. Okay, Chang, what I would do is take a look. Yeah, you better write Andy, okay? He will have better details than I do, okay? So just write Andy, just go to support@trade-ideas.com as I put it up there. Okay, and ask for Andy and have him explain to you the trade zero ideal, okay? In my opinion, SWN, while nothing is telling me to buy it here, nothing. I mean, anything is worth a shot. Maybe, put a stop at the IPO price of 4, I suppose, but nothing is telling me this has been just in a straight decline. But I'll be watching it tomorrow. I've got an alert set to the high of the day. You never know. You just never know. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think we'll wrap this up. And for my portion, William will keep the room open until 4 o'clock. Again, thank you, William. So I will be shutting down the screen sharing, though. So the screen sharing is going now. Okay, and YouTubers, I have to shut you guys down. Now, what I should do, if you guys want to hang out in the main room, I should do this every day. In the main trading room, which will be open till 4, you're welcome to do that. I'll give you this is the link to the main room, okay? Sorry, that is not it. But is it free at the B? It says free on the, but is it free? Standard subscription free based. Okay, so it is free based on the balance you maintain. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you, Pepe. So it's almost like a lot of brokerages, like IB. I think anyway. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they charge you for the data and all that, but if you trade a lot and generate the commissions that they're looking for, then they'll waive the data fees, something like that. Okay. So it is not free. So if you put 20K into it, then you'll get 12 months of trade ideas for free. After that, though, you pay 10K, you get 6 months, 5K, you get 3 months. Well, thank you. Thank you, Pepe, for reading through all that. Okay, guys, I will now shut you guys down in YouTube.